What does that still say? Waiting. Bink. Somebody's in the background. Hello. I got ya.
I'm gonna keep my camera on tonight when Zayna comes on anyway, because
Yeah, I haven't got a camera on this computer.
yeah, well, I know Zayna will have a camera on, so I don't want her to feel like she's talking to just an avatar.
Yeah.
I've got dogs fighting in my lap. Look.
Got the grow.
Oh, so good. Yeah, it's them making the noise, not me.
I can put my ugly face on. I can put that on.
Have you got any other face, like, or is it just you only have one, don't we? You know what I mean? You've got to accept it. Mind you can pull some faces. I can pull some ugly faces. Yeah. Better to keep smiling. Looks better. So, are you well? Have you had a good day?
Yeah. Chilling.
Yes. It's been raining most of the day here. I've been over to Middlesbrough. Sunny Middlesbrough. It's sunny here at Middlesbrough, actually. So, yeah. But Zayna's just took the dog for a little walk.
Right.
She won't.
Oi, drama. Michael. RJ.
Oh, I haven't even looked at chat. Hello, chat. I know Tim shared it, and we already got the negative comments.
Yeah.
Another false claim and all that lot. You know what I mean? Before they've even seen anything.
Yeah, I mean, I had a comment off Joe. I had a couple of comments off Joe saying it's been on Michelle's before.
Well, it was, yeah, a year ago. Probably over a year ago. But Zayna still wants to keep getting it out there and there's updates as well. And she wants to keep getting it out there because every time she puts it out there, she gets a little bit further forward. She gets a little bit more information, or they have to be seen as to be doing something about it. So why not keep talking about it? You know what I mean?
Well, exactly.
She's not my biggest fan anyway. Anything to do with me, and it's going to be negative.
Yeah, and me. But it's like if she hadn't kept putting it out there, then she wouldn't have got the further video footage, and she wouldn't have got Sky News involved. She wouldn't have got UNN involved, and other big press, BBC involved, which then forced the hand of the police. Yeah, forced the hand of the police to hand over the evidence, and then they made statements saying that we've handed over all the video, and then when you go through the video there's X amount of it missing, and then they've said in a statement, we looked at the video footage and we've now found that some of it was corrupted. But in the other statement they said that they've gone over the video and everything's there. And then in a later statement, on different.
And she had to piece it together herself. The 40 hours she had to piece together herself, and that's how she discovered what was missing. They probably thought it was too big a task for her, that she'd just disappear. You know what I mean? But they didn't count on her being a warrior, did they?
No. And you tell me, okay, I mean, we're not going to dive into each other's pasts, but when you do anything activisms, you know that you end up in the cells, right? The first thing they do is make you leave your shoes outside. The second thing is they do anything that can cause a strangulation, they take off you. Now you've got 3 police officers cutting her clothes off and then putting on a grey pair of shorts with a belt on, and they leave her laid face down, topless, with a t-shirt left on the bench, but a pair of shorts with a leather belt on them. They didn't even take the belt off.
Whilst out cold as well. I mean, is that the position you would put somebody in if they were out cold?
No. You know, there was no struggle, there was no fight. You could see that she was out cold. No, was she unconscious? You know, she was totally out of it. You know, they crossed her legs. They never put her in the recovery position.
Yeah.
You know, anybody trained, you know, they would have put her in the recovery position.
Anyone would think that they wanted her to die in there, wouldn't you?
Mm.
Strange that. And I think, you know,
and the arrest paperwork. I mean, I'll wait for Zayna to come on, and then she can go through it. But I mean, obviously, she sent me all the paperwork and she sent me all the videos. But even the arrest paperwork, you know, it was a false arrest, or it was a false strip search.
She basically, her friend was concerned about her, so he got put a welfare call in just to make sure she was okay. Partying for one, you know, in her own home. She was fed up with all the lockdown business and everything else. It was just one of those. Friend's not used to seeing her doing that, so put a welfare call in, and the police turned up instead of the ambulance, and because she was she'd had a drink and a little bit of coke, whatever, she flashed at him as if, you know, you're not coming in. No, it's my house. Go away. I've not called you. I don't need you. Go away. And so they forced her way in, and that's, you know, the rest of it will be explained. I know it's been told before, but you know, it's not resolved. So until it's resolved in some way or other, like they've got the sack instead of getting promoted, like a lot of them do. That's what Zayna wants. She wants them to face what they've done, as in, why should they keep their job and risk it happening to somebody else? And how many times has it happened to anybody else? You know, there's a lot of corruption.
Well, it was the same with the interview with what's the other girl that she's met up with? Matt. I can't remember her name now. She didn't want anonymous.
Hiya.
Hello.
Hiya, Zayna. You're right.
How are you?
Yeah, good. We're just going over the basics of, you know.
We were just saying that the post was shared out about tonight, and you know, people going, "Oh, it's another bullshit story," basically. So yeah, we were just kind of laying the groundwork for you coming in.
Okay, cool.
So yeah. So Smiler mentioned that somebody had said you were on Michelle's last year, and I said, yeah, well, that's a year ago. There's a lot happened since then, haven't there? You know.
Yeah.
It's always good to keep it fresh and out there, and you want people to keep remembering so that they have to face the consequences of what they've done.
Yeah, it just reaches another audience, doesn't it? Because people do forget as time goes along. But yeah, and I think the officials are hoping on that. We're hoping on the fact that after the media coverage, attention will die out, and once the attention dies out, they can just wrap it up. But I've managed to keep the traction going, and it's kind of kept them on their toes. But yeah.
Well, like you said yesterday, you get a little bit further with what you know, the information and stuff, don't you? Every time you put something out there, so
yeah.
Well, that's it. I was just saying, you know, if you hadn't got the coverage that you got, then you wouldn't have got more information that you've received now.
Well, they were trying to fob me off, weren't they? So they were before media coverage, they were actually created crimes that didn't happen just to shut me down. They also tried the sectioning route as well, but luckily after Sky News, all of that came to a standstill. And now it's them wary of me, whilst before it was me wary of them. So yeah, the mayor and the people.
It's just so I can see chat. Sorry. Sorry, Zayna. I interrupted.
Oh no, it's all right. Can you see it?
Yeah. I'm just.
Am I able to see it, or is it just you guys?
There's, if you press on more at the bottom, or where it says chat, you'll be able to see the chat.
It says private chat and it says comments.
Yeah, comments.
Yeah, comments. Comments is where you'll see what people are writing. But if there's any questions come up, it's just so you keep your flow. I'll check the comments, and if there's a question, I'll make sure you highlight it.
Okay, cool.
So what do we want to start with?
I don't know. I'll let you guys lead because you guys know the audience better than me.
Yeah, I think there's people in the chat that haven't heard your story. They wouldn't have been in Michelle's, or they may not have come across your story. So I know I've shared it out to a few people, but I think if you want to just recap over,
like what happened.
I kind of skimmed over it about you getting the welfare call to the house, and then you flashed it and they came in, arrested you, and I'll let you take it. Yeah,
so it was during lockdown, and I hadn't been out of the house for like 2 days, no visitors. So I stupidly made the decision to get high, and I've always been honest about that. I made a call, like a FaceTime call, to a friend who'd never seen me high before. So my presentation obviously kind of made them ring the police. The police actually requested an ambulance, but they turned up first. So they dispatched 2 police vans, 1 police car, 4 male officers and a female officer to conduct a check on welfare. Now I was talking to him through a window and saying, I don't want you here, go away. And this kind of went on for about an hour, and they decided to break in after I flashed them. So I've got paperwork that says that there was no threat to life, but as soon as I flashed them, there's a threat to life. But they've also said that the reason they broke in was a breach of peace. I'm not sure how you can have a breach of peace in your own home. So they've come through the side of the property and they've drilled the barrel through for the kitchen patio door. And all I remember was hearing a loud bang where the barrels dropped on the hard flooring. Heard loads of footsteps. 2 officers, male. One's picked me up underneath the armpits, picked me up. Another one's tugging at my arms. And I said words to the effect of, "Oi, what are you doing that for?" They've placed me in the kitchen. And then at this point, I was surrounded by roughly 4 out of the 5 officers. And they've asked me what I've taken. And I remember saying drugs, cocaine. And then there's a female officer that was coming towards my face. And do you know what? Her glasses looked too big for her face when I was high. And what I'd done is, and I was startled by, what had just happened, barrel dropping, picked up, plonked in the kitchen. I swiped her glasses. So I didn't physically touch her, and I've swiped her glasses. Handcuffs have gone on. So they arrived at my house at 12:45 a.m. on the 5th of February, 2021. 1:50, they break in. They arrest me within 3 to 6 minutes of breaking in. I'm in back of the van at 1:59. Now, at first, they took a while to give me the vehicle footage. Now I've got the vehicle footage. So I arrived at the van dock at Salford Police Station at 2:19. But then the first sighting of me in the cell is at 3:26. So I'm in the van dock at 2:19, and the first sighting of me is in the cell at 3:26. So bear in mind, I was high and wide awake on call at home during the journey. 3:26 in the cell, my body's completely lifeless. I've been brought in by 3 to 4 females. A male officer is looking on. They've strip searched me whilst I'm unconscious, and they were quite. I mean, Sky News and Channel 4 have put out short clips of the strip search, but it's actually a 6 to 7 minute long strip search. They were quite brutal. I mean, there was one officer holding my head down like that. I wasn't resisting because I wasn't awake. And every time they were turning my body around, you could see that clearly my head was lifeless. So I hadn't even been processed at the front desk. So I believe that strip search was unlawful because I wasn't even detained at that point. I did send you guys.
Is it worth rolling using the footage?
Yeah, I'm going to. I'm just trying to work out how to enlarge it because it's come through quite.
I was just going to say, Zayna, while you're at each stage, you've got footage, haven't you? So if you can explain that kind of.
Well, are you wanting to play the strip search footage? Yeah, okay. So shall I just go quiet whilst you're playing it, and then, or I'll talk you through what happened in the cell.
Yeah.
Right. So this is the footage. So I was in the van dock at 2:19, but the first sighting of me in the cell is at 3:26. The 2:19 footage, I'm still high, but this is the state of me after, and they've not gave any footage in between 2:19 and this strip search. Now, anybody who knows the side effects of cocaine knows that you're not like this. So originally, they actually denied that this was a strip search. I also sent you guys my risk assessment, didn't I? And it said that there was no legal grounds to conduct this strip search. So what they're doing here is, I've not been authorised, my detention hasn't been authorised, and they're strip searching me. And even on the custody records, the write-up for the strip search is just this. The female officer, the second one on the left, that's the woman whose glasses I knocked off. They state it's just her searching me, but there's clearly more officers there. There's 4 there. But they've alleged that I was awake during the strip search, and I'm not. So shortly after this strip search, I do come round. I come round fairly quickly, and I'm still a bit high, and I fall asleep. When I've fallen asleep and I've woke up again, I've looked down and I've realised I've got no top on, and I've realised I'm in a cell, and I've got no memory of why I'm naked and why I'm in a police cell. And my first thought was, have I left the house with no top on? Is that why I'm in a cell? So when the female officer prompted me to put a top on, and from the moment that I put the top on, there was a clear 4 to 5 hour sobriety period. So anybody who's been on cocaine will know that the high doesn't last long unless you continue using. So after this strip search, I come round, still a bit high, I go back to sleep, I wake up, and there's a 4 to 5 hour sobriety period where I'm fully dressed, and I am being annoying. I keep going back and forward to the intercom and asking, when can I go home? Why am I here? And they just weren't answering, and they kept providing me with water. Just before the first hour goes blank, my behaviour started to change again. And I believe that's the moment where I was asked inappropriate questions by a male officer. The footage goes missing for an hour, comes back on, and when the footage comes back on, I'm in the cell again, but I've got no clothes on again, and my behaviour is sexual. And then my behaviour remains sexual from then onwards. So the missing footage is the hour in between the van dock 2:19 to this strip search at 3:26. The next hour that's missing is 10 a.m. on day 1, 5th of February 2021. The second hour that's missing is 1 p.m. On the 6th of February 2021. So they detained me for over 40 hours for swiping an officer's glasses and released me without charge. So after what they did was, so I've had no history of mental health issues, pre-GMP or post-GMP. But whilst I was detained, so halfway through my detention, they've sectioned me, and throughout the period of being with the police, they've sectioned me not once, but 3 times. They first put me on a section 136. A section 136 is a police power section. And normally it's if you're out in the public, and to take you into a place of safety, they applied the 136. But I was already in a place of safety. I was in a police cell. So they shouldn't have really applied that. So the first section was at 3:30 p.m. on day one. 9:45 on day one, they've called out external professionals to have me.
Well, on the arrest warrant, I think that was at 3:29. I'll put that up in a minute. It says that you were under the influence, but it says you weren't at risk.
Yeah, exactly.
That was the medical examiner that was supposed to examine you.
Well, that was the risk assessment. So on the risk assessment is that I had no mental health, and only reason, like, they were waiting for me to come round after being high. So why three sections? Do you know what I mean? So the second section happened at 9:45. Called in external professionals, but they've told them that I'm extremely violent, extremely volatile, and it's unsafe to go in the cell. So they've just rubber stamped it. They've signed it off, and they've left me there. The next day, GMP at 4:30, they've extended the 136. Now, my friends managed to locate me at Pendleton around the 37-hour mark, and within 3 hours, they'd shipped me off to a psychiatric unit. And I was so high when I arrived at the psychiatric unit, I could not speak. I was incoherent. So what the psych ward did, the psych ward didn't section me. The sections were already applied at Pendleton Station in Salford, where I was held. They assessed me for 2 days, and because I managed to say the word rape, I was on a drug-free assessment. So they were just watching me through like a glass window, and I was under 24-hour watch. On day 3, they've taken me out of this the seclusion unit, the glass window, and they've put me on a normal ward. And they've told me that they believe that I was drugged and sexually assaulted. So they reported this on the 9th of February, and they pushed me to report it on the 10th. I was released without like any mental health diagnosis on the 11th of February. And they stated that they believed that I was drugged and sexually assaulted. So I was in the psych ward for like 4.5, 5 days, released with no medication, no treatment, fully discharged. They said that I was sexually assaulted and abused. Prior to the psych ward, I was with Greater Manchester Police for over 40 hours. Prior to Pendleton Station, I was at home alone for 2 days. You know, when I arrived I remember when I left the station as well, my one of my final memories of the station was like pressing the intercom, and it was towards the end of my stay, and a male officer's come to the cell hatch door. I've swiped my hand back to front, and my hand was covered in blood. And I've put my hands together, and I know now I wasn't coherent when I was talking to this male officer. He went back and he bought another male and a female. The female was a nurse, and I was moved out pretty soon after that. Yeah, so I left that station with rectal and vaginal bleeding, and my medical records corroborate that. Painful nipples, sore throat, rectal and vaginal bleeding. So what I did when I left the psych ward, I had memory loss. I had flashbacks from the station, but I didn't have full memory recall. Then I made a subject access request. Now, for people that don't know what a subject access request is, you can make a subject access request at any organisation, any public body, and you can request your personal data. So I've asked for my entire footage and custody records, all the data for my stay at Pendleton Station. I had a fight on my hands. I had 2 legal teams at separate times. I navigated the entire police complaints process. Finally got my subject access request in October 2021. Now, normal compliance time for a subject access request is 30 days, with lockdown 3 months. But so I made the request in February 2021 because I couldn't understand the memory gap that I had, and it was only from the period in the station, and I was having flashbacks from the station. So because the hospital told me I'd been raped at home, I'm like, I don't remember that happening at home. My flashbacks are from the police station. But you say that you've been raped in a police cell in a psych ward, they're keeping you in. So I learned very quickly not to say that. So I've made this subject request the very same month, fought, and finally they've released the custody records, which this is one extract that shows that there was no mental health issues, and I was merely like just on coke, so I was under the influence. Right, so I had fought again, and then finally a year later in February 2022, they've released the footage. Now, when they've released the footage, they've sent the footage in a non-chronological order. And I was there, I was in the station on the 5th and 6th of February, but they sent footage for the 7th. So they jumbled it all up, added a few extra hours for the 7th. So when I've put it in chronological order, I've realised I've got footage for time that I wasn't even there, but then I've realised which footage was actually missing. The hour from the van dock to the cell, the hour on day 1, 10 a.m., the hour on day 2 at 1 p.m. So then, and there was also an hour's worth of body worn video, because conveniently they didn't give like an hour's worth of body worn video from the property because there was no reason to break in. They gave me a selected clip of 6-7 minutes. Because just to show me in the bad light, not to show that there was no reason to break in, but just the arrest part and the placing me in the vehicle part. And since then, all I've done is fought for this missing footage. You know, I reported to South Yorkshire Police because when I regained some of my memory recall and enough memory recall in April 2021, I decided to leave my own home in Salford, and I moved to Sheffield, reported Greater Manchester Police to South Yorkshire Police. So at that point, I had no footage and no custody records. But when I received the footage and custody records, some of the memories that I told South Yorkshire Police, which I've got on a body worn because they came to the house, they matched my memories. Do you know what I mean? That I told South Yorkshire Police from the footage that I did have. So I carried on fighting, and currently, as it stands, I've been fighting for this footage for over 40 months. Yeah. So I first spoke publicly in May 2022. So my former lawyer managed to get me an opportunity to speak in Manchester City Centre about what happened to me. So I did something very similar to this, but to a live audience. And GMP, that was the first time GMP decided to investigate my allegations, pretend to investigate. During that time, they tried to have me, like I said, sectioned because I was speaking out and I was being too vocal for their liking. They created crimes in the cell that never happened. And then my first media break came in May 2023. So I did Channel 4 disproportionate arrests. Now, it's been admitted that I should never have been arrested on the night in question. So anybody that's going to say, oh, well, you shouldn't have got yourself arrested, that they've actually admitted that I should never have been arrested on the night in question. So then Sky News covered my case in July 2023. Now, that coverage came as a shock to me because I'd been saying that I've been abused whilst I was in custody, sexually assaulted in custody, and people have always believed me. You've got the odd one that doesn't, because I do understand that it does sound far-fetched, but you've got to bear in mind I'm from a South Asian background. For me to come out and speak out like this is not the done thing. The women always get the blame, so I'm doing this and I'm doing this for a reason. It has come at a massive personal cost. So July 2023, Sky News, I remember watching it, and they actually put out the entire allegations. I believe I was drugged and sexually assaulted during my entertainment with Greater Manchester Police. Prove me wrong.
Is that the one that you sent me?
It's the very first link that I sent you. So so they've actually put the entire allegations out. Where I've said I've been drugged and sexually assaulted, and I've said, prove me wrong, give me my footage, because there's still that missing footage. So this was July 2023. August 2023, apparently this footage had become corrupted. Right, so it existed prior to media coverage. They'd reviewed it all, they just wouldn't give it to me. So media and Sky News coverage went viral. I started getting messages from around the world, and I was trending on the social media platforms as well. So it put a lot of pressure on the police. So that in August 2023, they announced that they had corrupted the footage. There was 2 protests for my case, one in Manchester City Centre and one in London. The Mayor and the Police and Crimes Commissioner. Now, I want the people that don't believe what I'm saying to listen to this bit very carefully. So the Mayor and Police and Crimes Commissioner for Greater Manchester Police decided to conduct a public review into Greater Manchester Police following my experience. So they're forking out a hell of a lot of money to look into Greater Manchester Police. The very station that I was held at is subject to that public review. So I've been saying that this station is bad, and I've been making the allegations about this station since April 2021 when I regained my memory. I've managed to get a public review into this station and this police force. It's been proven that they disproportionately strip search young, vulnerable women. Majority of them women are white. I think I'm the only non-white in the public review. There's currently 15 other people, including men. So I wasn't wrong about my allegations that Pendleton Station is not like there's something untoward going there because it's subject to a public review. I wasn't wrong that they disproportionately arrest and strip search people because that's come out as well. I wasn't wrong that they withhold people's like footage when they're in the wrong, and that's come out as well. The only part of my allegation that I've not managed to physically prove is the sexual assault. Now, I would say that like the vast majority of people have backed me, and I've gained a lot of support, and the media coverage on my case is ongoing. I was supposed to have had a massive piece coming out yesterday, but it's been delayed because Greater Manchester Police are kicking up a bit of a fuss. So basically what was happening yesterday, the media, I think it's going to be released next week unless it gets delayed again because it's subject to, because it's a general election, so it might be put back a bit. But what this media outlet is doing is basically summarising what I've just told you guys and the processes that I've been through to try to get the accountability for what's happened. And they are actually going to release the entire footage, but obviously no one's going to sit there for 40 hours and watch 40 hours worth of the footage. So what they've decided to do is make like a continuous reel. So like a few seconds of every hour that I was in custody. So you will see me high, then unconscious, then waking up and sober for 4 to 5 hours, and then my behaviour change again. So if you see that footage, you will not doubt that I've all of a sudden my behaviour has become sexual and I'm under the influence of some kind of date rape drug. This is after a strip search. So that's the piece that's coming out next. So yeah, I've managed to get the public review. I've managed to get the station named. I've managed to prove that they are strip searching people. The youngest person that the strip searched was a 14-year-old grooming victim, white British grooming victim who's now 18. Miraculously, all the footage ends up disappearing. Do you know what I mean? The crucial footage that proves people's allegations disappears. I've managed to prove that they do withhold footage as well. The only thing that I've not managed to prove, like I said, is a sexual assault because they're not releasing the evidential footage that proves the allegations. But my custody records and the evidence that I've managed to collect has been passed by BBC's legal team, Channel 4's legal team, Sky News' legal team, the Independent Newspaper's legal team, Open Democracy's legal team, Mail Online's legal team. So you've got 6 different media outlets that have passed, their legal departments have passed my data before putting my case out there. So if you Google my full name and all the coverage that is out there at the present moment is available. So yeah, and that's long and short of it. I mean, I've never wanted an investigation. I've never wanted a public review. All I've ever asked for is my missing footage. So Greater Manchester Police, up until August 2023, when the footage became corrupted and the media stuff kicked off, Greater Manchester Police were investigating. So their professional standards department was investigating my case. So now the IOPC have took over, and despite me having the mayor, Police and Crimes Commissioner for Greater Manchester Police, Andy Burnham, saying something's clearly not right here. So he's in agreement with me that something's not right about what happened with my case. The lies that Greater Manchester Police have told, the withholding of the footage, the lying, the misleading of like officers' names. But then you've got the dickheads at the IOPC saying that there's no criminality. Now I received.
Zayna, can I just Blo's just asking, you know, when they dropped you off at the hospital, when they dumped you at the hospital, basically,
Yeah.
Did they do a blood test to see what was in your blood, in your system at the time?
They did do a blood test, but by that time there was no date rape drug in my system anymore, because I was there for 40 hours. So I believe I was abused. Like, these are the times that I believe I was potentially abused. So the hour that's potentially missing from the van dock to the first sighting of me in the cell, definitely either 10 a.m. on the first day and 1 p.m. on the second day. So the very missing footage. But I was kept for 40 hours. So I didn't leave that station and didn't arrive at the hospital till 7:30 on the second day, 7:30 p.m. So by that time, they've done the drug test. Like, they couldn't do the drug test when I was in the seclusion unit, you know, because I was incoherent. So I wasn't able to consent to being, like, authorized in that. I couldn't speak, like,
but no, it's not a replay. It's Zayna's updating on. It's been over a year since she spoke about it last time on here. I think it'd be over a year, will it?
Yeah, I think it was August, wasn't it?
About a year then. So yeah, coming up for. So yeah, no, it's not a replay, but it's an update, Aaron. And the cook, Pablo. It was the Friday night when Zayna had that. It was the Sunday night when they dumped her at the hospital.
Yeah, so it was the 5th, early hours of the 5th of February, and then it was on the 6th in the evening that they dumped me in a psych ward. But my medical record says no history of mental health. So it's very convenient that all of a sudden, whilst I'm with Greater Manchester Police, just when I'm with Greater Manchester Police, I've like suddenly become mentally ill. Do you know what I mean? There was no mental health issues. I was like severely under the influence of whatever they gave me. But like I said, like, it won't be the entire 40 hours, but it's going to be like snippets of each and every hour. So if you keep an eye out on future media coverage, it's going to be with the Mail Online, and they're going to put a video clip of the change in presentation. So I mean, me explaining that I was sober for 5 hours and then my behavior changes and becomes sexual, saying it and seeing it is two very, very different things. And majority of the people that I've shown the footage to does not disbelieve my version of events. I mean, even if I am lying, why are Greater Manchester Police not giving me my footage? You know, it's a legal right.
There is a date rape drug that does make you act sexual, though, isn't there? There is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really clued up on all that. I did look it up, and I just didn't want to kind of go down that rabbit hole and make assumptions, or rather speak about what I can prove and the facts. So the public review lead, Dame Vera Baird, was an absolute bitch, right? You can see the way she spoke to me on my social media account on Twitter. She actually, despite being an absolute horror, admitted that I should never have been arrested on the night in question. She goes, well, I mean, what did you do? You swiped her glasses, you didn't break the glasses, you didn't physically touch her. And bear in mind, they've broken into my home. I'm 39 years of age. At the time, I was 36 when this happened. So I'm a grown woman, and I'm telling you I don't want you outside my house. I'm telling you to go away, and you still think it's okay to break into my house, you know? Yeah. And for me, it's just to raise awareness and show to people that what happened to me can literally happen to anybody. You don't have to be a criminal. I was fair enough, I was high on the night. Who's not experimented and done drugs or got too drunk? Do you know what I mean? So I made a stupid decision during lockdown, but no way did that warrant the way that I was treated at that station. Now, the reason I'm fighting so hard for this, I know how barbarically I was treated whilst I was in custody over 40 months later. So it happened in 2021. We're in May 2024 now. Them officers are still serving. The issues that I'm describing, them types of issues are still occurring despite a public review, despite an IOPC investigation. Who's going to be next? I know how difficult it was for me to get my voice heard. I mean, I met Sharon in 2021, and she was one of the first people that I met up with and told my experience. And back then I had no footage, I had no proof of any of this, didn't have my medical record, didn't have anything to prove what I was saying. And Sharon, you've seen the progress that I've made in do you know what I mean? I mean, why would there be? I wasn't wrong about Pendleton Station, I wasn't wrong about like strip searches. I wasn't wrong about withholding data that proves allegations. Why would I be wrong about strip searches? And who, like from a South Asian background, like literally nobody speaks to me because I've come forward. Like nobody, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I've probably got 3 or 4 people that I've met whilst campaigning that I've like got in touch and saying we're really disappointed with our community that they've not backed you. Like it is what it is. So they've kind of like become friends, but not friends, but you know, people that I know, and I've been supported. But there's absolutely zero support, and most of my support has come from the far right.
Unfortunately, the only support they guide you to is corrupted. So you know, it is a battle, and if you didn't have, I keep saying she's an absolute warrior, because if you didn't have the strength that you've got, if you were a strong, independent woman, you wouldn't be able to keep this fight up, and you've had to do it mostly on your own, and you've had to face people that you thought you could trust, and found that they were stabbing you in the back the whole time. So I mean, it's a battle. But no, Marie, can I just say to Marie, no, they've still got the jobs, Marie. That's why Zayna's trying to get them sacked.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this isn't actually about money for me. To this day, I've never pursued a civil case, and I've got a pretty decent civil case. Unlawful break-in, right? They shouldn't have broken in. They shouldn't have arrested me. So everything after that point is unlawful. Now, to cover up the fact that they've right, my current issue with them is, right, so listen to their excuses, right? So the cell footage, right? So since the media coverage, originally the entire footage existed and it'd been reviewed. They just wouldn't give it to me, okay? Then the media kicked off and it became corrupted, right? Now they are saying it never existed, right? So, right, these are all the people. These are all the people that have said it existed. Right, go on, play that clip. Sorry.
Yeah, that's the Sky News clip.
Yeah, if you play that. If you play that.
The Mayor's office confirmed GMP told them they'd reviewed the custody CCTV and did not find evidence to support the allegations. There was no mention of corrupted footage. GMP repeated the claim in a letter to Zayna last year, saying urgent actions were taken, which included reviewing the CCTV footage from the cell you were detained in. How could they do that if it was corrupted?
Exactly.
You're quite right that initially the Deputy Mayor's office was assured that the whole footage was available, and it has turned out subsequently that that is not the case. And I think that we can expect Dame Vera in the course of her inquiries to comment on how footage is handled.
Zayna wants...
Right, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Right, so like I said, prior to Sky News coming out, the entire footage existed. They'd reviewed it. They wouldn't give it to me. Sky News came out. All of a sudden, it's become corrupted. But the very, very latest excuse, with this footage is the servers became corrupted, and them hours that are missing never existed. So let me just talk you through the people that have said that the footage existed. The former Deputy Mayor for Greater Manchester, Beverly Hughes, the current Deputy Mayor who you've just seen, Kate Green, Dame Vera Baird, the review lead. And I've got on record and on paper 10 different ranks, GMP officers that they said that the entire footage has been reviewed and there was nothing. So if you listen to this one, this is the IOPC telling me it never existed.
Those 4 discs do not contain the 2 hours of missing footage that we are trying to retrieve. But one of those 4 discs became corrupt. And when we tried to extract that data, we had to forensically go into the back of that disc to obtain the data. And we are confident through the digital forensics team that we have all that data. So we are confident on those 4 discs, there's never been those 2 hours of footage that we are missing. So when we...
So where's the 2 hours of footage?
It wasn't there.
Right. But please explain to me, right? How can footage and 13 professionals, including up to Deputy Mayor's level, say the entire footage existed and they wouldn't give it to me? then the actual footage become corrupted. Now the IOPC are saying that it never existed. Now let me talk to you about the people that are on my case. So I've not got low-level investigators on my case. I've got the top dogs covering my case. I've got the Northwest Regional Director, Catherine Bates, which was the blonde woman with the dark top on. In the middle, it's Rebecca Ilstone, who's the regional, she's the operations manager and the decision maker. Beth Carpenter, who's the lead investigator. So I've got the very, very senior staff in the Northwest IOPC covering up my case. You can't have footage that existed in full and viewed in full that shows nothing, not give it to me, media hits in, it gets corrupted to now it doesn't exist. You're talking a load of shit, right? So anyway, that's one excuse, and they're blaming that on the server issue. The second excuse, my custody records are falsified. My custody records are falsified, and they are saying the reason my custody records are falsified is because of a system outage. Right, so two separate systems. So Greater Manchester Police use a system called IOPS, and it's made up of evidence works, control works, and police works. So the system that we're dealing with is evidence works, I believe. So not only did the servers in relation to malfunction for my stay, but also the system for the custody record write-up that crashed as well, and that's why the custody records are falsified. So that's the current way what they're going through. But I don't believe that they've thought of that excuse very, very carefully, because my next thing to do is, so originally I made a subject access request in February 2021 for the footage. Back then I was just a mad woman ranting and raving on the internet that I've been drugged and abused in a police cell, and and it's taken me time to kind of win people over and get the story out. Back then, when I made that subject access request, I was fighting for the subject access request. I had two absolute useless legal teams. One was too soft, the other became compromised, and she's well known as, and she was recommended to me by the Maggie Olivers Foundation. So a lot of people think Maggie Olivers Foundation is above board. Let me tell you, I know grooming victims that have been treated horrifically. And they sent me to a law firm that wasn't SRA registered. And the woman was a known criminal. So you can Google her, Gail Hadfield Granger. She's a known criminal in Greater Manchester. And Maggie Olivers told me that they were second to none for police complaints. This woman almost ruined my case. She didn't tell me that I was actually the one that they were trying to pin crimes on. She fucking knew. She made 3 subject access requests on my behalf, and she wouldn't part with them. The Maggie Olivers assigned this woman, told me that this woman was to be trusted. Anyway, so it just goes to show, anybody that's been in this kind of situation, right? If you're trying to access support, always check the money trail, see where their funding comes from, and where their funding comes from, shows you where their loyalties lie. And a lot of bodies will work with the police, and that's the problem that I've experienced. Cross-funding, multi-agency partnerships, and I've literally been screwed over. I've lost count. I've had people that I thought were friends that have caused me a number of issues, professionals that have had me over as well. And I'd say one of the only people that I've known since 2021 that hasn't is probably Binksy, do you know what I mean? So when I made the subject access request for the footage, I was an unknown, nobody knew me, and they just fobbed me off, and they've messed the footage up. So my next plan of action is to make another subject access request. So I don't buy that the servers crashed, and nor do I buy that the system crashed. So for the footage and for the custody record, so I'm going to ask for the digital footprint. So the digital forensics that prove that these two systems, so the servers for the footage and this computer system for the custody records being falsified, malfunctioned. I'm not buying it, all in relation to my case, and I'm the only one saying sexual assault. So I'm going to make a request for the subject access request for the digital forensics and the digital footprint, because GMP and the IOPC have now got an issue. I'm well known in the media.
Is there anything that you need help with on that?
Yeah,
I do, and this is the thing, right? So I contacted various law firms, and I said to them, look, this is my next plan of action. I'm willing to pay for it. Could you put a subject access request and ask for the digital forensics for me? Because I don't come from an IT background, and I need to know the exact thing that I'm looking for, so they have no room to maneuver. So at the moment, what I'm trying to do is like look for an IT expert who can give me the correct terminology of what I need to ask for, because me just going in there and saying I want the digital footprint, they're going to just shoo it away. All the law firms that I spoke to, they don't know. They said, look, Zayna, you're going to have an issue here because none of us are like IT experts, so you're better off doing it yourself. And to date, I've made more progress working alone without a law firm than I have with a law firm. So if there's anybody that's an IT expert who knows how service work, especially police service, if they can explain the terminology and what I need to ask for, I'm more than happy to pay you for your time. Do contact me, and obviously discretion will be assured in that respect, because the thing is, they're not going to be able to provide me with the digital footprint, the digital forensics, because it never happened. But this time it's going to be played out, and I'm going to play it out in the public domain. So if they can't provide me with the digital forensics for these corruptions, they're lying, and I'm telling the truth. And you know what? It's been so frustrating for me, having no memory recall, starting to speak out in April 2021, people thinking I'm this mad woman, fighting, being screwed over as I've gone along, to finally get to a place where the majority of people believe me, and I've made progress. I've had the station named, I've had Greater Manchester Police in the spotlight, the strip searches, for the not giving of data. The only thing that I can't prove is sexual assault. Now, the earliest case of cell rape with Greater Manchester Police actually dates back to 1984. I've got all the historical articles. I can't remember if I sent you them, Sharon, but I've got all the historical.
I had a lucky escape. It's a good job I don't. If I'd have had alcohol that day, could you imagine? I could have been a victim there.
I know, and it's mainly white women they target. The thing is, it's mainly white women that they target. So I was like on the older scale and the wrong shade scale as well. But it, like I said, the youngest girl that they strip searched. Sorry, let me just turn. I had an alarm set for some reason. I don't know. But the youngest woman that was strip searched without an appropriate adult was a young white grooming victim who was 14 at the time, and now she's 18. And the excuses that they come out with is like stupid shit, like we're looking for a vape. Come on, do you know what I mean? Like, it's an absolute abuse of power. And look, despite a public review, despite an IOPC investigation, they're still abusing their positions. Do you get what I mean? And my only concern now is, over 40 months later, they're still serving. A friend of mine, he's an auditor on YouTube. What he did, he rang up 101 to find out if one of the officers is like still working, and he still works at Pendleton. And he does the night shift there conveniently, you know, and that's a concern for me, because I know how hard it has been to get my voice heard, you know. Not many people are going to be that lucky. You have kids that'll get social services involved because you're speaking out. You live in social housing, you're getting your house taken off you. If you're on benefits, you're getting your benefits stopped. I don't have any of them issues. I mean, I've been incredibly lucky. I've got a really, really supportive partner. And Richard, he's literally, without him, none of this would have been possible. You know, he's helped me through like the good days, the bad days, and he's actually kept me safe, because I'm in Sheffield now. I'm not in my own home alone, and I've got his family as well, you know, who all know, and his friends, and they've accepted everything. So I've been incredibly lucky. I would have had no chance if it wasn't for him and his family and friends. So but like I said, the concern that I've got is these officers are still serving now, whether you believe me or not. So I've openly gone out there and called Greater Manchester police officers sex offenders, right? If I'm lying, explain to me why I've never been arrested since I've been
exactly.
I've never been arrested, and I've called them all sorts. I've publicly said you are sex offenders, you're perverts, you're sex offenders. They've never once come to my door to arrest me since February 2021. Why?
I came to that demo in Manchester with you, and when you got invited by the political groups that
I didn't know. I've lived. Do you know what it is?
That was your opposition if ever I saw it.
Do you know what it is, Sharon? Everything I've had to learn from scratch. I didn't know how to deal with the police. I didn't know what a police complaint was.
There was not one copper there was not one uniform on St. Peter's Square the whole time I was there. It's unheard of, especially when there's demos. It's unheard of.
Right, Sharon, before all this, I didn't know who my local MP was. I didn't know who Andy Burnham was. I didn't know what a chief constable was. It wasn't my life, and I didn't deal with this kind of stuff. Like, and everything I've had to like learn myself. But you know, every mistake that you can physically make, I've made, and I've had to learn the hard way. So there's me, right? So in like after Sky News, there was like political parties saying, "Oh, we're doing a protest for Zayna," and I thought, oh, people care and they want to do something for me. And that's how naive I was. So I thought, I can't not go to something that's dedicated to me. So I've invited Sharon along, and I've gone, and I mean, I'm glad that I went, only because I spoke publicly and I named that.
It's good to get to know what's going on.
Yeah, I went and I got on stage and I named the station, and I think it was the following day that they officially named the station. So me naming it and the officials naming it is two different things, but that led to the station being named. So I don't regret going. But like you said to me, she goes, "There's no coppers here," and I didn't get it. I'm like, oh, they're probably scared because everyone's going to think they're sex offenders. So I didn't make the connection. I know that majority of the staff there were Manchester County for Andy Burnham, and the reason for that is, so there was two people that attended the protest, and I said to Sharon, I go, Sharon, they're trying to interview me, but they're starting to give me bad vibes, and these two people were who I believe to be friends of mine.
Anybody that was on the streets in the 17, 18, 19 will know of her very much. So I didn't like her back then. So, you know.
Right. Okay. So a mixed race girl, we'll say that, a mixed race girl. I assumed she was my friend, and there was somebody that shall I name them? Because you know what it is. I'm not lying.
Just name them.
Yeah.
So, right. So the girl's called Janaya. So I thought Janaya was my friend. And the guy's called Paul Ponting, and I thought he was my friend, and he runs a UK Corrupt Police website. And they turned up, right? So Janaya's turned up with a mic and a bloody camera, and they're walking around. And I thought, they're my friends, they're meant to be supporting me. What they're doing with the mic and camera? And it just didn't sit well with me. And I'm thinking, what they're doing? They're meant to be my friends, they're meant to be supporting me. Why? I mean, I knew Sharon was live streaming, but I knew Sharon would like always have my best interest at heart. Anyway, long story short, after the protest, they've put a video up, haven't they, of the head, like, so the chairwoman for race equality, a black woman. So this black woman has called me Zayna, a black woman with mental health issues. That narrative suits Greater Manchester Police and the officials, because up until the media came out, they were trying to push the mental health element. But I've gave so many interviews now, and people know that I'm not mental. There's no way. I've got medical records that state that I'm not crazy. So my two friends have put this video of this woman sucking me off, and she's the head of race equality, and she's got a picture of her with Stephen Watson, the chief constable for Greater Manchester Police. So it was all very controlled. That process was very controlled. It wasn't for my benefit. And I'd say there was more people there that were against me than for me. And I was naive enough to think that protest for me. But did I learn my lesson? No, because 2 days later I went to the London version, didn't I? Because I didn't know. I genuinely thought these people are doing it for me. And, you know, like since the media came out, I had a lot of people trying to befriend me, but not for the right reasons, you know. And I've helped throughout this journey. I've helped a lot of people. So, for example, I'll give you an example. I've had like 3 meetings with the Mayor, Police Crimes Commissioner Andy Burnham. He normally doesn't deal with Greater Manchester Police. He's delegated them duties to the Deputy Mayor, Kate Green, but he meets me, and I've met him with the IOPC. But, you know, because I know their meetings for me are a waste of time. Every single meeting that I've been to, I've taken another survivor with me whose case, because it's then their cases aren't police assaulting them. They're not as severe as mine on paper. So there's more likely that their case will get reopened. And you know what? Even they've turned as well, and they're mates with this Paul Ponting. So I just want to emphasize with Paul Ponting, if you're looking for help, please don't go to that guy. He runs the UK Corrupt Police website. He's actually got 2 injunctions against him. Lancashire Police have got an injunction against him. So his very own police force have got an injunction against him. And ironically, my former dodgy lawyer, Gail Hadfield-Grange, has got an injunction against him as well. So he's actually harassed me since August 2023. And the reason for the harassment is because I said he couldn't meet Andy Byrne because I was taking a friend who Sharon's met, who's now also turned, and she's team them. So I've had a lot of people turn on me, but I don't understand. Look,
I don't think she turned on you, Zayna. I think she was planted there to keep an eye on you, to be honest.
The thing is, right, I don't care what people say about me, you know, if they want to call me a junkie, if they want to like take the piss out of the footage or whatever, I don't care. But what I don't understand is like people's mentality when they can see that the reason that I'm doing this, I'm trying to get sex offenders out of Greater Manchester Police so this doesn't happen to anybody else. So why would you come for my campaign? I've worked so hard to get it where it is. Why would you not show me support? You know, Salford is predominantly white, and this issue's like, why are you doing this? Like, I've never asked anybody for money. Janaya was making money like from putting my story out there. No, my job's free. I'm rentable. Like, do you know what I mean? You don't have to pay for me speaking out. Do you know what I mean? Why are you making money out of my clothes? I've never asked for money, and I never will ask for money. I don't believe in protests, like petitions and protests anymore. I don't trust any government affiliated body because they all affiliated with Greater Manchester Police. And there's conflict of interest, and unfortunately, because I had a law firm become compromised, Gail Hadfield-Grange, I don't trust lawyers either. And the best thing that I found is speaking out. And you know what? It was so hard in the early days because everybody that met me in person, because they could see, like, you can tell in person, you know, if somebody's lying or not, you know. Everybody in person believed me, but to get strangers to believe me, like when I was writing to people and when I was like tweeting about it, it was really hard to like get people like to win people over. And majority of the support in the early days, even pre-media, came from the far right, because I think they knew what I was up against, because they knew that the issues that the child grooming victims faced, it's the same establishment and the same like obstacles I faced. Like they cover it up. But I've managed to get so much of it out, and I do believe if I can manage to so this next subject access request I'm going to make, I know they're not going to comply, but my point of doing it is to show, right, okay, my footage is gone. I know I'm never going to get that, and ironically, I've always known I'm never going to get that because I know what's on there, you know. But because I've been gaslit so much over the years, I think I wanted to confirm that I'm not mad, you know, and it did happen, but I know it's happened. I'm past that stage. So I know I'm never going to get that footage. So I've scrapped that idea. But now I want you to prove that the servers for the footage corrupted and the falsified records system crashed, because they can't prove that. And if I can then play out this subject access request, so the media have agreed to keep an eye on this request. And if I can play it out in the public domain, where they're going to go with this, you know, how is that going to become corrupted and they never have existed as well, like my footage? I think I'll be able to sneak at them, but I just need to I mean, a friend of mine's got a business and he has like CCTV covering the entire ground of the property. So he said that I can speak to his server guy, but I always try to get opinions from 3 different people, you know, just so I know one might have missed something. And then I can word the terminology and have an official letter sent out to Greater Manchester Police and the IOPC to give me the proof that these systems crashed. Because a lot of the time, you'll put a complaint into the police and they'll come back with some shoddy excuse, or the IOPC will come back with a shoddy excuse, and people just take their word for it. No, you've lied to me since 2021. You've put me through the ringer since 2021. I've lost a lot since 2021, and there's no way I'm going to go down without a bloody fight. I've come so far. I've put footage out there that I can never take back. Could you imagine me applying for a job and people tapping my name out and all that shit comes up? You know, and that affect me for life. Currently, I've got a partner that supports me, but like life changes.
Welcome
people
to my world.
life changes and people change, and you know, and this is always going to be a stain. That footage is out there, and the footage that's going to come out after this, because there's actually three media coverages coming out about my case. Right, so just about my case. So the first piece is going to be like the general overview, like all the lies Greater Manchester Police have told. So I'll give you an example. when the media came out, they said Zayna wasn't strip searched. The strip search was done for her welfare, and it was done under a different legislation. But as you've seen from the risk assessment, there was no welfare concerns because I was just high. I wasn't mentally ill. I wasn't at harm and risk or anything like that. So there was no legal justification for that strip search. So in February 2021, because I always threaten them now, I'll get a bit cheeky. I said, oh, if you don't reply, I said, I'm going to go back to the media and I'm going to talk about this issue. So then they start replying to complaints. And I'll say stuff like, I'm going to post this clip of you guys saying this. And that's when they'll start. So I feel like I have to blackmail them now. But it's quite funny now because whilst I was like, kind of like, I don't mean this way, but it's the best way I can describe it. I was their bitch and now they're my bitch. You know what I mean? So they're kind of like, you know, Andy Burnham dishing out meetings like there's no tomorrow when he doesn't deal with GMP, his deputy does. But so the first piece is going through the entire experience, all the lies GMP have told. So with the strip search in February 2024, so this year, they sent me a 5-page letter, and that letter contains 2 apologies. And the first apology is like, they've gone around the houses with this apology, and you've got to literally spot it. It goes, we shouldn't have said that you weren't strip searched and it was done for your welfare and it was done under different legislation, because you were strip searched and there was no other legislation. So they've admitted to lying about that. And that letter can be seen on my Twitter page as well. If you go down the media tab, you might have to scroll down, but it's on there. So they've admitted to lying in the public domain and on their website, like from July 2023 to February 2024, and they've not actually gave a press release to actually confirm that they've lied, you know. So it's things like that. They're gonna the first piece is the big piece. It's going to cover the journey and all the lies Greater Manchester Police have told, and it's going to contain like a few seconds of every hour I was in custody. But I mean, to get like the true treatment of the way and my behavior, you've got to see it all. But like I said, no one's going to sit there for 40 hours watching me in a cell, do you know what I mean? And my behavior changed. But a few seconds, they said, like, and when the footage goes blank, they're just going to put a blank screen up for them hours. So when you watch it, it should give you like a timeline. And I'd say if it's done right, I'd challenge anybody to tell me that I'm lying after watching the footage. I was strip searched and then I was sober for 4 or 5 hours and fully dressed, and then all of a sudden I'm bloody high again and acting like some weird porn star naked. How, when I've not even taken my clothes off, you know? Doesn't take a genius to work out and like know how date rape drugs work. So that's the very first piece. Now the second piece,
the fact that that Richard called, or whoever called the welfare check, it was unusual behaviour for you to get drunk and have coke. Anyway, it's not like you were regularly off, you know, so it's not like there's something in your system or always in the system or anything like that.
You're gonna lie. I used to do it like recreationally, so it wasn't even every weekend because I don't even go out every weekend. But if I like New Year, birthdays and stuff like that. So I think the coke that I had, I think it was like left over from New Year. So, and I was bored, like 2 days home alone, not being able to go out, and I had like an issue, like, personal stuff going on at the time, and I thought, what, sort of, I'm just gonna have like a one-woman party kind of thing and cheer myself up, and that's all I did. And when the police turned up, I was really giddy, I was happy. I'm not really a miserable person, but like I said, so the second piece that's going to be coming out, and this is the piece that Greater Manchester Police are kicking up a fuss about, right? So when Greater Manchester Police, when I spoke publicly in May 2022 with the dodgy lawyer, and that's when GMP like picked up my complaint like they never knew about it before. I've been waffling on about it since 2021. They picked it up, they assigned me an officer, right? And this officer, he was accused of the 1984 cell rape of a 20-year-old black girl called Jackie Berkeley's in Moss Side. Now, Jackie Berkeley's story is black girl in Moss Side, a lot of race stuff between the police and the black community at the time, probably still is. But she was arrested at, like, I think girls bickering. She was arrested. 2 women, female officers, pinned her down and 2 male officers took it and turned to rape her. So this was in 1984. Now, at that time, her case became kind of like my version, the 80s version of my case. There was protests, and she had high-profile black people fighting her corner. Unfortunately, in 1984, it was a year pre-CPS, so when she went to trial, I think it was 1985, they managed to discredit her. So 20-year-old managed to discredit her, right? And she finally committed suicide in 2021. I found out in 2022 because I'm in touch with the family now. She committed suicide. Apparently, since it happened, she was never the same woman again. So this officer, he retired and he came back as a civilian officer, so he's pretty old now. He was assigned to my case as my first investigator, and I mentioned it to somebody, and they said, Zayna, you do know who he is. So it's a current GMP officer who's been helping me behind the scenes with the odd thing. I says, no. He goes, he was accused of cell rape in the 80s. I said, you what? Because, yeah, he was accused of cell rape in the 80s. I said, and I were fuming. So I remember I rang him up and I says, were you accused? And like, his words to me were, who told you when I wasn't charged? Not that I didn't do it. Who told you when I wasn't charged, right? So this is hopefully coming out in the media, and this is the article that GMP are kicking up a fuss about. His name is actually already in the public domain, but I've been told not to mention it, so I'm not going to mention it. But if anybody wants to DM me, because you're all my mates now, yeah, so I'm happy, like, I don't have family, so I'm allowed to talk about my problems to my friends. So by all means, contact me and I'll give you the details and send you all the historical articles, right? It's therapy for me talking, and they say it's good to talk. But yeah, so so this officer was assigned to my case. So an alleged sex offender was assigned to investigate alleged sex offences. Now, where do you think that was a deliberate move? You know, that was like a calculated move. Because he would have sided with alleged sex offenders because he's an alleged sex offender, you know. I believe he did it. I've spoken to the guy and I've read the historical articles. I'll give you an example of one of the articles as well. Right. So during his trial, this girl called VD. VD was like the old-fashioned way of saying STDs, STIs. So this officer went to his GP to get tested for VD, despite claiming he never raped her. Now, if you've not raped somebody and they've got an STD, why are you going to your GP to get tested for STD? I've got these articles. I'm not being far-fetched. Like, message me and I'll send them over to you. I'll just need an email address. But yeah, so he got tested, but she was stitched up. So the families agreed that they're happy for her name to come out if needed, and they're trying to bring that out. So imagine an alleged sex offender with 43 years worth of service for Greater Manchester Police is currently working in professional standards. How many skeletons has this man got? How many cases has this officer potentially ruined? And this is why I think GMP are kicking up a fuss, because if the media name him and put his details out in the public domain, it's going to open up a can of worms, because it's going to be like, oh my God, he investigated my case and he NFA'd it, he no further action date, do you know what I mean? And there's probably other people he's raped since then, you know, because he got away with it 40 odd years in the police force. You come across a lot of vulnerable people. But like I said, the articles are very, very hard to find online, but they are online. Some of them have been taken down because there's a Google right to be forgotten law, isn't there? So because you're all my mates, like I said, I do talk with my friends, so I'll send them over to you if you want to see them.
You said earlier that you've made a lot of mistakes because this is all new to you, but I don't think you've made as many mistakes as they fucking have.
Yeah, but the thing is, do you know what the irony of this whole situation is, though? When it happened in February 2021, and when I made the subject access request, I didn't even want to pursue anything. I just couldn't figure out, like, the hospital were really nice.
You made sense of it all, didn't you? Yeah. When I met you, you were just like, bits are coming back, but I just know it happened, but I can't prove it yet. And
yeah. Well, the thing is, like, in February 2021, I was getting flashbacks of the police station, but the hospital were really nice to me. And they were telling me that I'd been raped at home. So I actually convinced myself in the early days that I'd gone mad, to think that the police had raped me. So I thought it happened at home. And then what I started to do, I became a bit fixated with creating a timeline. And I'm sat there like thinking, well, I've been through my phone and I was here and I was doing this and then I did this and I did this. And the only gaps that I had was with the police station. But I made subject access requests across the board with the doctors, with the GPs, or with the hospital, St Mary's Sark. Let me tell you about St Mary's Sark as well, just in case. Like men and women do get abused, and you might never have been raped or abused, but you might, because it's on the increase because people get away with it. If you're ever abused, right, please get yourself like a full forensic examination done. Don't have a wash if you can help it, but try getting it done privately if you can afford it, because right, so with my case, when I went to St Mary's Sark, which is a sexual assault referral centre, only like the hospital reported it to them, and they said to the hospital that only I could report it, or I could report via the police. So only people that can report to the sexual assault referral centres is you yourself or via the police. Now, everybody who is a general rape victim whose perpetrators aren't police officers, that has been checked by these bodies, their forensics have been damaged in some way. They've not taken enough samples, they've left the fridge door open, they've disappeared, whatever, and they fuck their forensics up. So if you ever get raped and you're going to pursue it, please get your own testing done and try not using them, because the police don't take it seriously. They work alongside the police and whatnot. So yeah, they allegedly lost my original referral, despite the hospital making the referral and then me making the referral. And not only that, I was assigned something called an independent sexual violence advocate, so an ISVA. And didn't realise at the time the funding for an ISVA comes from the policing budget. And my ISVA, now, when I was very, very vulnerable back in like April, when I started to read, February to April, when I was regaining my memory, and I realised that these people had been gaslighting me, saying, "Don't worry, you've had a breakdown, it happens," and whatnot. And she told me, and I've still got the text messages, "Don't pursue. Just let it go. Don't pursue." So my independent sexual violence advocate, who's meant to be impartial and on my side as well, told me not to pursue the police. Why? So things like that, I think that's really important. And if something like this happens, and if it is like an issue that you've got with any local authorities, please make a subject access request across the board, because how I've gained my evidence is I've made subject access requests across the board, and when people are lying, they don't fill each other on what they've said. So I've got different version of events, and then you realize that they're all lying and tripping over themselves. I also record everything. I record phone calls, I record every email I get, I download, and I do it old school method, USB sticks. I don't trust the online shit. So I've got multiple copies, record everything, document everything, interactions with the police. I recommend you record every interaction. Like I said, you don't have to be a criminal to become targeted. It could just take a liking to you or a disliking to you, whichever way that you want to look at it. And I do believe it's a lot common, because the earliest rape case in Greater Manchester, cell rape case in Greater Manchester, is 1984. Mine happened in 2021. You've got to be pretty stupid to think nothing's happened in between, and nothing's happening now, because nobody's ever been held to account for it. And yeah, well, anything else? Oh yeah, there was another thing as well, right? So what they've done is there was 5 check and welfare officers. One of the officers was dispatched from Pendleton Station, and for almost 3 years, Greater Manchester Police gave me the wrong rank, badge number, first name, and the wrong spelling of the surname. It was the IOPC who confirmed the correct identity this year. Right, so this officer was dispatched from Pendleton because he was trained to do the barrel thing, and he did the barrel thing. They're telling me that after he's come out of the station, come to my house at 12:45 a.m. He's put the barrel through, and they're telling me that he's not gone back to the station and he's not been back on shift at Pendleton. And I'm like, yes, I'm having a laugh. Right, why have you lied about his identity for like? So when I reported in 2021 to South Yorkshire Police, I've gave the wrong identity, the identity that Greater Manchester Police gave. Well, they didn't even give it to me, they gave it to the person that did the check on welfare. So they've been lying from day one, and over 3 years later. So I've named the wrong officer, and the officer that I've actually named, he actually does exist. you know. So I actually emailed him, right? And I knew I wouldn't get a response, but I just thought I'll just cause a bit of drama for them. So I've emailed him and I says, just so you're aware, because your police force, your employers, told me that you were one of the 5 check on welfare officers. I named you to South Yorkshire Police, and here's proof that your police force has been accusing you of being the person that came to my house. And here's the police complaint out. So I put a complaint in when I realised they gave me the wrong identity. They took over a year to respond to that complaint, and they still gave me this poor sod's the wrong officer's identity. So I sent them the complaint outcome letter, and then the IOPC's letter where they've confirmed the correct identity. Because Andy Burnham goes to me, goes, does he know that they've used the incorrect identity? I says, no, they don't. But I decided to email them just to cause a bit of drama. But there's a clip on my, I don't know if I sent it to you. I don't think I did, but Andy Burnham speaking, you know, so there might be some people on here thinking, oh, she's talking shit, but it might be worth playing what Andy Burnham, the Police and Crimes Commissioner, has said about my case. So it's I think it's on my Twitter page, and there's like, I can send it via WhatsApp now, or if you can play it, or it's on my...
send it over.
Yeah, let me send it over, because the thing is, it's right. So, like I said, I think they know now that I record everything. So as time's going on, it's getting harder for me to get them to trip up.
Is it I've got a Zayna meeting with Andy.
Right, there's basically a picture of me, a blonde woman, and then Andy Burnham, and it's Andy Burnham's meeting. But listen, I mean, he does waffle a lot, because when people lie, they do waffle a lot. But he's kind of like admitting that these issues exist. So he'll mention that there are multiple versions of stories regarding my footage, and he'll admit to the falsified officer's identity. So you've got the mayor and the Police and Crimes Commissioner. So the people that aren't believing me, I'm proving stuff to you now.
It took a while to reply, but I deliberately took a while to reply because I was thinking about the situation, because I just felt something wasn't right in my mind. And it was my decision very personally to say I want to put the invitation to me on that letter, which then that was the meeting that happened a couple of weeks ago. And in the course of that meeting, you shared stuff that I'd not seen before. And
additional footage. Okay.
And explained things from your perspective that actually kind of made me, I think, see things more clearly than I had done before, and actually kind of present a thing that just doesn't add up. Actually, there's something doesn't add up, basically. And then if you put alongside that all of the issues around footage, identities of people, there's lots of other things, and you start to add it all, you think, hang on, there's something really just not right here. That's how it feels. So in that meeting, I said to Zayna, if you would be prepared, if I was to ask for a meeting with the IOPC, if you were prepared to come, I thought that would be the best thing that we could do, because I actually think our interests are aligned in having the fullest possible IOPC investigation
which at the moment is
at the highest level. And your feeling is, so at the moment we've got the situation where, because I don't want to speak for too long and put words in your mouth, but as I understand it, what you feel we've got at the moment is a terms of reference that is a bit of a sort of a pick and mix, really. It's a sort
GMP have cherry picked like areas that aren't going to show any criminality, and you guys are just looking into that, and you're not looking into any areas that I've put across here but I know will show criminality. I'm going to give you a couple of examples today. Some of them probably go over what we talked about on Teams, but I think my biggest concern is that the IOPC, well, GMP are always going to say that there's no suspected criminality, they're the perpetrators. But the IOPC saying that there's no criminality. Now, I don't know where you have been burying your head. It's not you personally, but as I suppose. I just want to show you two clips. You guys will be able to hear it, but if I can show Kath and Bates. So this is Sky News coverage. So I'm just going to forward it to 2 minutes and 54, I think it was. I just want to listen to 2 clips.
footage was stored on discs, but one disc corrupted, and the parent footage on the servers had been overwritten. Sky News can reveal that 2 years ago, the Mayor's office confirmed GMP told them they'd reviewed the custody footage and did not find evidence to support the allegations. But there was no mention of corrupted footage. GMP repeated the claim in a letter to Zayna last year, saying urgent actions were taken, which included reviewing the CCTV footage from the cell you were detained in. How could they do that if it was corrupted?
You're quite right that initially the Deputy Mayor's office was assured that the whole footage was available, and it has turned out subsequently that that is not the case. And I think that we can expect David Vida in the course of her inquiries to comment on
the CCTV footage from the cell.
That's one, yeah, so that's Kate Green on record. I didn't manage that.
No, don't worry. When you say it's selective video, and I don't get that. I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, are they deliberately keeping it away? I don't know.
I'll be honest, I've always just wanted my footage, and there's a video.
Yeah, but it's just, what if it doesn't exist?
But it is, and now it doesn't.
Yes, of course. So, but what if it doesn't exist? How are we ever going to get you out?
Right, so we've got two different sources that say the entire footage existed. And I've got multiple offices, like high-ranking offices. Full code test, blah, 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 blah. But my concern with the IOPC is, I don't know if you remember what Rebecca Ilstorn said. She's the decision maker and the operations manager. She said that the footage was never downloaded in February 2021. So either the IOPC is lying or GMP are misleading you again. That doesn't sit well with me. Now, that's a major red flag for me, because there's data there, and that's not everything. This is just me like jam packing everything into an hour's meeting. It wasn't corrupted in February, because I'll help you out here. The discs that I've got, the 4 discs that were downloaded and sent to me, were last notified in April 2021. So February 2021, you're going to have to rethink that one through, because that just does not sit right with me at all.
So when we met on Teams, we agreed that we would look at, all the officers who said that they viewed all of the footage or that they've carried out the full code test, and obviously as part of the full code test, you would expect them to view all the footage. So we are adding that to our investigation. That is being added, and that will be looked at. We're just in the process of engaging with GMP.
That's what I was going to ask earlier.
So, do you know everything that I'm saying? So it's very hard. So you've got to bear in mind, I've been fighting for this, for over 40 months. And I strategically tweet, because I'm trying to get a reaction out of the officials, and it's a very specific reaction. So to people, it looks like I'm having a rant, but they know what's on the rest of the recording. So they pissed me off, I put something out. They pissed me off again, I put something out, because then they start responding to me. So now there's basically what happened was I had a missed call a couple of weeks ago, and it was from a number I didn't recognize. But I always ring people back, because obviously I'm campaigning and it could be another opportunity or something like that. Do you know what I mean? Or another media outlet contacting. So I always ring back. So I googled the number just to say if it was spam or not. Googled it, and it linked back to an IOPC investigator. So what I did was I rang the number back, because I had a missed call from it. And this woman's gone to me. She goes, "I've not called you." I says, "You have?" I says, "I've got your missed call on my phone." So anyway, I put the phone down. So I've messaged her and I said, "Are you sure?" I says, "My name's Zayna and I've got an active complaint with GMP and you're an IOPC investigator. Is this to do with that?" So the idiot's gone and said, "Oh no, I'd never ring anybody off my personal number." So then I thought there's something not right here, because she's been looking at my LinkedIn profile, because it tells you who's been viewed, right? She's got me saved on her personal number, and she's accidentally called me, but then denied calling me, even though I've texted the screenshot of her call with her number. And then she's messaged me saying, "Strange, isn't it?" I said, "Yeah." And she goes, I'm based down south. I wouldn't, whatnot. So anyway, I rang the IOPC and I spoke to my first point of contact there, Molly. And I said, "Molly, I've got a concern." And she goes, "What?" And I said, is it normal practice for an officer that's not on your case to ring you? She goes, who is it? I says, no, I'm asking you a question, answer my question first. And she goes, I'm not sure. Like, they never give you like a definitive answer. It's not, basically. So then I said, is it right for an officer to then ring you off their personal number? And then she's asked me again, like, who is it? And I says, look, just answer the question. I says, I've got an officer from the IOPC who's rang me off a number. Rang me, and they're not on my investigation. Is that normal? And is it normal that they ring you off your personal number? And is it normal that they're like looking through your social media pages? Anyway, she goes, oh, I would feel really uncomfortable with that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you a list of everybody that's got access to your case. But as far as I'm aware, it's Catherine Bates, the regional director, Rebecca Ilstone, the decision maker, and the operations manager, and the lead investigator, Beth Carpenter, and me. So anyway, she's gone onto her system to type in my reference number, my case reference number. And she goes, Zayna, even I can't access your case. I says, so you're my first point of contact and you can't access my case? And she goes, no. I said, so how's this woman access my case? Anyway, they will not answer why this woman from the IOPC has contacted me. She's not on my investigation. She's run me off a personal number. She's been snooping on my profile. So I spoke to the copper that told me about the sex offender stuff, and another one, and they said that the chances are they've put you under surveillance, because as part of her profile, she's got tracking, surveillance, and undercover operations. And I thought, well, she's not very good, because her personal mobile number links to her LinkedIn bloody page, and she's accidentally bloody called me. So they're not answering that question. So then I've emailed Andy Burnham and I says, look, Andy, is this normal? And it's really annoying. And then I've sent him Janaya and Paul's video of his chair, the chair of race equality, calling me a black woman. I'm not. I'm South Asian, I'm not a black woman. I don't have mental health issues, and she's not a mental health professional to know if I have or haven't, And she's played by Andy Burnham, and she's got happy pictures of her smiling with bloody Chief Constable for Greater Manchester Police, Simon Watson. So there's no conflict of interest there, obviously. So I've said to Andy, and I says, look, which one of you has paid her? Is it you, Andy, or is it bloody Stephen Watson? Do you know what? I talk to them like I'm talking to you guys. I've got absolute zero respect for these people. These people have been protecting sex offenders since 2021. They've put me through the ringer. So I'll speak to them like this. And you know what? I think they're quite bemused by it, because I don't think people normally speak to them like that, because it's like, oh my God, it's Andy Burnham and it's Dame Vera Baird and it's that. But I see red. And when I'm sat on a table with them, I feel like I'm selling my soul to the devil kind of thing, because these people, they show no emotion. Like, you can tell them anything, like, my baby got run over by a truck, and do you know anything?
You're muted, Binksy.
Sorry, Vera Baird was the police commissioner around Sunderland when Chelsea got raped and the case got dropped, and she went straight to the police from the place that she was attacked at, with all the evidence still on her body, and just put me in mind of it when you were talking about the evidence. And that's why there was campaigns in Sunderland, because for justice for Chelsea, and it ruined her whole life, the whole thing. And Vera Baird ended up getting the guy that organised the demos locked up for anti-terrorist charges. So she's a dangerous woman, and she protects them.
So
by the look of it.
Right, so with this public review, so I know a lot of people have said, oh, she was on last day and we know the story, but this bit I don't think was covered, right? So Dame Vera Baird was appointed by Andy Burnham in July 2023 to conduct a public review into Greater Manchester Police, and that public review came from my experience. So I was called the central case, the main experience that prompted the public review, because there was public outcry when they seen the bit of footage that's out at the moment. So he's instructed her in July 2023, right? But I'll say this and then play it, right?
Yeah.
So what they've done is they've appointed her in July 2023. She started the investigation, or this so-called report, in August 2023. But by September, listen to this. So by September, she already knew this isn't a dodgy rogue officers. It's a rogue system. You've not even been on the you've not even been investigating for like a month, and you already know that it's not rogue officers and it's a rogue system. So I've known since last year that they're going to blame a rogue system, not rogue officers, and it's rogue officers, right? So this woman, right? So they emails me in August and they go, oh, Zayna, like, we're really sorry to hear about your experience. We don't need your permission, but we're going to ask your permission. Can we use your experience for our public review? Now, I'd heard from Sharon and other people like Sharon that she's an absolute witch, to not trust her. So I've said, no. I said, I don't need some like posh biddy to tell me that I was raped in custody. I was there, you know, and I don't see how any public review has ever, or public inquiry has ever resulted in officers being sacked. No, it's always lessons will be learned. And I don't want lessons will be learned. You're just delaying the process in the meantime whilst you're doing this stupid review. Sex offenders are still serving. So I said no. So in November, Andy Burnham wrote to me and he goes, because people are more interested in my case because they don't really know the other cases. Do you get what I mean? Because most of them are anonymous and I've been the gobbiest out of the lot. Right, so in November, Andy Burnhams wrote to me and he said, well, you've got no choice in the matter. You're going to be in the review, whether you like it or not. So reluctantly, I thought, oh, fuck it, I'll go see you. Because I'd rather try to present my story than her just make it up as she goes along with whatever GMP'd say. So I met her in person and this woman, she just literally went for me at one point. And I think that I didn't even say anything horrible to her. I was asking too many questions, you know, because what she was saying wasn't making sense to me. Now, I don't believe she's actually doing the review. I just think she's a name and brand behind the review. The people that are doing the review are actually Andy Burnham staff, because her secretary for the bed review is Carol Judge Campbell. She works for bloody Andy Burnham. Everybody that writes to you, right? So when they write to you, they'll put a little claimer, yours faithfully, yours sincerely, the BEAR team. The BEAR team is Greater Manchester Combined Authority, Andy Burnham's bloody office. Because she was getting all the facts to my case wrong. So I was asking her, are you going to do this? Are you going to do that? And she bit me head up. Anything. I could have said, oh, have you had a nice day? She was gunning for me. This woman was vile. So anyway, I had another meeting with her on Zoom. So this was the meeting in Zoom. And she told me that I came into contact with 28 officers during my stay. And then the IOPC have told me that number was only 24, but this one's read me 28 names. So I says, which one is it? Was it 28 people or was it 24? I says that I guess I'd say 29 because it includes the check on welfare officer that you didn't account for. So do you know what? Because when I met her, the in-person meeting was like they normally give an hour, but because I talk so much, it always overruns, and I don't like. So 2.5 hours they went on. And she really went for me. And then the Zoom meeting as well. And I think by the time we did the Zoom meeting, which was in December, it was a few days before Christmas, I think, I just completely lost faith in the review. And I was just like really withdrawn. And I just kind of just like listened to her. And she was shouting at me. And I thought, you know what, I'm not even going to waste my energy. Just let her crack on. Because I knew I was recording the bloody screen, you know. And she was just like the lies that she came out with and the way she talked to me. So I thought, the Vera Baird review, and they're going to absolutely whitewash my case because I know what they're going to say. Rogue systems, not rogue officers, you know, because she was telling me like I could read between the lines. I knew where she was going with it. So I strategically put in January, I wrote to Andy and I said, Andy, I'm not happy with the review. Lead the way she spoke to me. I don't think she can be impartial. They completely ignored me. So I thought about it. And I thought, you know what, so I'm going to put it out there before you write some bullshit about me in some report that's going to be out there forever. And my name's going to be in it because I've waived my right to anonymity. I'm going to put the videos out. So I put the videos out, and that week they took me out the review. And they're saying, but what they're writing in the review is that I refused, then I agreed, and then I pulled out. And I said to Andy, that's not what happened. I said, I don't see how it's going to get me accountability, so I'd rather not put myself through the trauma of a public review. So you wrote to me in November and said I had no choice in the matter. So I met the woman twice, once in person, once remotely. Told you I weren't happy. You kept meeting. So I decided to expose the lies online, and that week you took me out. So they're still lying in the review. But bear in mind, this public review was prompted by my experience. I was the central case, and because I've exposed the witch, they took me out. So yeah, you can play it now. Sorry. She's not a nice person.
Yeah, she doesn't come across very nice, does she?
No, there's a few clips of her. I don't know which one this one is.
You know, and I don't get that. I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, are they deliberately keeping it away? I don't know.
I'll be honest, like I've always just wanted my footage, and there's a reason.
Yeah, but there is just, what if it doesn't exist?
But it did, and now it doesn't.
Yes, of course. So, but what if it doesn't exist? How are we ever going to get you out of this problem about your, you know, your conviction that you've been raped at this time? If we don't, you know, if we just sit there and say, all I want's my footage, when we know, you know, it probably isn't going to be found.
I just feel like there's better clips than that.
Right, that's the only one you sent me.
Oh, okay. Sorry. There's loads. If you go on my Twitter page, there's loads. So if you go in the media tab, there's loads and loads of clips of her, like, just kicking off. Like, and do you know which clip that's really important? It's just I won't be. I've got loads and they all look the bloody same. But there's one clip, right? So do you remember the 5 check on welfare officers? The one that was dispatched from Pendleton to do the barrel, and apparently he never returned to shift. And the GMP gave me the 2 identity, well, false identity for him, and then the IOPC confirmed the correct one. That officer, when I started talking about that officer, this woman bit my head off. Like, do you know what? If I were in person, I think she would have gone for me. Everything, like, with regards to this officer, that just she was gunning for me, you know. And the entire police complaints process, they've been so evasive about him. The IOPC won't look into him either. Why? Well, why have you lied about his identity? Why have you told me that he's never returned to shift? I mean, come on, 12:45. Well, 12:45, you've arrived at my house and you've broken in at 1:50. That's a stupid time to finish your shift, 1:50. Well, you're going to go home in your Panda car, you know? And then you've lied to me about his identity for 2-3 years. Vera Baird bit me bloody head off when I've mentioned him. Every time I bring him up in meetings, right, they make excuses. So this is the excuse that they're giving me for not investigating him. Right, so originally they said to me, I said, I want all the complaints that I submitted when my case was with Greater Manchester Police investigating. So they said, oh, we can't investigate complaints unless they're recorded. I says, well, luckily they are all recorded. Then they've come back to me saying, we can't look into any complaint GMP have looked into. Yes, GMP have looked into this complaint, but they gave me the false identity. And any excuse not to investigate him, because I've asked for his entry swipe card times. I'm like, if he left at 1:50, then the last entry, well, 1:45 to come to mind. If he arrived at my house at 1:45, that would have been his last entry swipe card, and there would be no time for the 5th and 6th. But I don't believe that's the case. And you know, and it's like I said, I've identified 2 potential suspects to them. I've never said definitively, because I've been gaslit so much that sometimes it's. I mean. I'd say it'd probably be easier if they had gave me the footage that showed nothing happened, and I could just believe that was some nutcase, you know. Right? It's been an absolute horrific 40 months. I mean, apart from, like, this is always like, I'm in a really good place at the minute, but so it's always like this little dark cloud above my head, you know. There's not a day where I don't think about it, and if there's a day where I don't do anything for my case, I kind of go under, because I feel like I'm letting them get away with it. That's another day that they're still serving. So every month I think, oh my God, it's 40 months now. So on the 5th and 6th of next month, it's going to be 40 months. So I call it an anniversary. I know it's not a year, but I know I've done a lot, because not many people have managed to achieve a public review, even though it's a whitewash, within a couple of years. And I have, just by mouthing off. And instead of meeting Kate Green, I get Andy Burnham. But I'll be honest, like, even the meeting next month, I see it as a waste of time, because everything that I say to them in the meetings, I've been saying this since 2021. Everything that's been playing out and going to come out in the next media pieces, the 3 media pieces that are due out, they're stuff that I've told them since 2021, but then they'll go and tell you saying, oh, we didn't know about this, we've only just found out. No, you dickheads, I've got it in writing. But how am I meant to put 40 months worth of hard work out in the public domain? I can't physically do that. And do you know what? This is how far I'm willing to go. So at the moment, I've still got options. Like I said, there's 3 pieces from my experience, and I've done 3 pre-recorded interviews. So pre-recorded interviews for the Baird review. And this is what I find very, very frustrating. So the Baird review is now, it's been delayed 3-4 times now. So the next date that is going to be released apparently is the 18th of July. And we've got to give interviews before, and they're pre-recorded, so you'll talk for an hour and then they'll put out a few seconds, but the officials get to go live and like bullshit the public, and I'll be sat there watching telly. I'm thinking, you liars, let me come on like thingy. And I have actually said to Andy Burnham, and I've actually said to GMP, your assistant chief constable Colin McFarlane lied in the public domain. Right, your deputy chief constable Terry Woods lied in the public domain. I challenge you to come on telly with me and like have a talk to me face to face, because I'll start showing where you've lied. They won't like meet me in person. The excuse they use, due to an ongoing IOPC investigation, we're not seeing anything at the moment, because you're bullshitting. You know, you're lying. And like I said, like, if after seeing all that, people still don't believe me, I don't know. I just hope it never happens to you or somebody that you know. I mean, like, at the moment, GMP have got this mass campaign that they're doing on social media. Oh, look what we've done! But we've reduced our time that it takes to get to call out. We've just caught some sex offenders. No, you haven't. They're still serving at your bloody police force, and how many of their bloody rapes? If anybody is becomes target to any form of police corruption, right, they are going to close ranks. And like I said, you don't have to be a criminal to experience this. They tend to go for people that they are deemed vulnerable. So on paper, I was domestic violence background, didn't have any family around me, was living in a city where I didn't really know anybody, and I was an easy target. Who's going to bloody believe me? And I think I've been very, very lucky. So despite them sectioning me on paper, I've been so lucky to get heard, because who's going to believe somebody that's been sectioned thanks to the police, you know? I've never had mental health issues, but that was done to discredit me. So I've been very, very lucky. But imagine this happening to you or somebody that you know. How hard would it be to speak out about this, and how hard is it to get your voice heard? You know, majority of people are imagine the footage that's out of me online. If that was you wouldn't, not many people would put that out. I mean, I've even so the main piece, like I said, it's going to contain the entire footage, a couple of seconds from each hour to show the change in presentation. But just to keep GMP in the spotlight, and just to really show how they treat people in custody. And I could have died in there. And Martin Harding, the former GMP officer, high-ranking GMP officer, has actually said, he goes, they could have killed you in there. The way that they've manhandled you while you're unconscious in the cell, not got your medical attention. And as high as I was, you know what? I mean, I've done coke, but my heart was like this, you know. And
I was gonna ask about that earlier, because obviously I've seen page 1 of the custody record. I can bring that back up again. Right now, that was at present. Where's the present button gone?
Oh, I've got something else as well. Right, so I forgot to tell you this bit as well. Right, so you can Google this when you're at home. So if you have a look at the officer that's done my custody records, it's Sergeant Ian Dunn, right? So bear in mind all the excuses GMP have used with my footage. In 2022, right, Greater Manchester Police have gone through hours and hours and days of footage to find footage of Ian Dunn throwing a bucket of water on a detainee.
Yeah, I showed that earlier on. He got sacked. That was 2022.
No, he didn't get sacked.
He got
charged and he got fingered, charged and charged and convicted, and then he retired. But the reason they've done that, right? So this person who had the bucket of water thrown on him didn't even make a complaint. Yeah, and they've voluntarily found that footage to say, oh, look, we've done something really good. We saw an officer on our footage doing something wrong to somebody and we've sacked him. No, you've done it because everything to do with my detention was unlawful. By getting rid of him, there's no one to be held to account. You know, right? I'll give you another example, right? So with the cell footage, you know, with so many hours missing and there's like that hour gap from the cell, you know, like the from the van dock at 2:19, the first sighting of me in the cell at 3:26. Because there's an hour missing, there's some reason they do not want me to have that just over that hour. Like they've now said, the excuse that they're using is saying that the cell footage is 1 hour ahead. So they're saying if you knock an hour off the cell footage time, my strip search wasn't at 3:26, it was 2:26, but still the 6 minutes worth of video missing, right? But then if it's at 2:26, it makes my strip search illegal because my detention wasn't authorized till 3:04. So you can't strip search somebody until they've been detained. So they strip search me. And then, like I said, they're lying about everything. The body worn's out, the cell footage is out, the custody records are falsified. They've got rid of like this officer that was responsible for my detainment. And yeah, do you know what I mean? They've done so much. And think about this rationally. All I've asked for is my footage, a subject access request, right? And they have dragged this out for over 40 months. Think of how much money this has cost the public purse. Dame Vera Bear doesn't come cheap, you know? Like all this that is happening, it's probably gone into hundreds of thousands of pounds right now. And all because I'm the liar, apparently.
There you go. He was found guilty of assault at Liverpool's Magistrate Court on 10th July 2023. And the charges relate to an incident at Pendleton Police Station in June 2022 when CDO Clark threw a bucket of water over a male prisoner. Dunn has now retired from the police force while CDO Clark is suspended from duty. Both will now be subject to internal disciplinary proceedings.
Yeah, they'll probably celebrate abusing somebody in custody. But the thing is with that, right, like, again, this reinforces what I've been saying since 2021. There's very murky shit happening at that station, you know. And so this just, I've just noticed a comment. I've not really been looking at the comments, sorry, because I can't concentrate on two things at once. Somebody said the coke could have been laced. I was sober for 4 to 5 hours after the strip search. So the cocaine wasn't laced. It was whatever GMP laced my drinks with. And obviously there was a strong chemical smell on the custody shorts as well. So, yeah. But like to destroy my evidence, they even did this. They took forensic clothing off me in February 2021, investigating a rape at my house because the hospital told me that I'd been raped at home. So they took my clothing off me in February 2021, right? February 2021. And then May 2023, Channel 4 News came out on the 3rd of May. On the 6th of May, that's when they submitted my forensic clothing for analysis. And guess what? They destroyed the custody shorts that I told South Yorkshire Police that were used in the assault. So they've destroyed all my forensic opportunities. And yeah, and you've got perverts still serving, probably raping as I'm talking to you now. But yeah, I think I've covered everything, you know.
Well, that's crazy. It's like that was 310, and then so when the person was supposed to check to see whether you was okay and fill out that report, how come at 310 you were awake? And then the next minute, they carry you into the cell completely unconscious.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
20 minutes later.
Right. Do you know my custody record, right? It's 27 pages long. Yeah, 27 pages long. Right. So even if you like knock an hour off the cell footage, it still doesn't match the custody write-up, right? They've said, like, I'll give you an example. They've said that I was searched by one officer, the woman whose glasses are knocked off, one officer at 3:13, right? And then they said I've been searched again in the cell, but I wasn't searched at the front desk. I was taken from the van to wherever to the cell.
Where's the front desk recordings?
I was never processed at the front desk, right? So like 2:19, I arrived in the van dock. 3:26, I'm unconscious in the cell, but they're telling me that 3:26 is 2:26. So there's still 6-7 minutes missing there. But I know that I was never processed at the front desk. So where did I go for that bit in between? You know?
And how did a doctor, because it would have had to be a private doctor that came and assessed you, right?
The thing is, the weird thing is, right, so with Pendleton Station, their medical staff comes from a company called MITI, M-I-T-I-E.
Yeah, MITI, yeah.
MITI, however you say it.
Owned by the Home Office.
Their records are even worse. So the officers didn't break into my house till 1:50. I didn't arrive in the van dock till 2:19. Mitty's got my arrival time as 1:46. At 1:46, officers were still outside my bloody house, you know? So throughout the record, I'm in 2 different places. I'll give you another example in the custody record. I'm being searched at 3:13. And then being not strip searched, because I've not mentioned a strip search. Like around 3:15, I'm being searched in the cell, right? But then at 3:19, I'm being searched in the van. And I'm like, okay, so I was in the cell being searched a few minutes earlier, a few minutes after, I'm in the cell. And then departure is quite funny as well. So departure, I was checked into the psych ward at 7:30, but GMP have got me on the custody record, 7:48, being released on bail, yeah? But at 8:14 p.m., I'm still in the bloody cell. I'm like, the cell footage and the custody records are both out. And the 1 hour excuse at head and back doesn't make sense because I was in the psych ward. So they've absolutely fudged up the entire cover up. But I think the reason they've done that is because, do you know, when I left that station, right, if anybody had seen, well, you've probably seen that scary picture where I'm looking at the camera like that. And I think I'd been in the cell at that point. I think that was around that was 1 p.m. That was just before 1 p.m. on day 2. So I've been all in that cell for over 30 hours, I think, if my maths is right, about 30 hours. But I think I was that fucked up, right? And I remember like how I was. I don't think they ever thought that I would come out of that psych ward. I presented as crazy, like, do you know, like I was that high, like it felt like my mind had. I was saying up here, I knew exactly what I was trying to say, but it wasn't coming out the way I was trying to say it. I know what I was trying to do, and I remember when I was in the glassfish boat, right? I couldn't communicate, but I managed to say the odd word like rapes, they put the drug-free assessment, but they weren't understanding what I was saying. And I'm thinking, why are they not listening to me? So I resorted to squatting down, peeing in a cup and saying, look, danger. I'm trying to say danger, I'm bleeding here, you know. I was fucked up. And if I'm honest with you, if I had seen somebody in the state that I was in by the time I arrived in the psych ward, I would have like drugged me up to the eyeballs and I probably would never have come out. And I think GMP were counting on that. And I'll be honest, like naturally, I am quite dippy and I'm not clever, but I've learned how to play the system because the system's played me. Do you know what I mean? So I've learned the hard way. And I think it's kind of made me clever like now, but I do overtalk and I overshare, and the reason I do that is I rather get my version of events out first, because if I get my version of events out first and I put evidence out, I make it harder for you to cover up. You're not covering this up without me fighting. I'm not backing down. And my very, very last resort, so like I said, there's roughly 3 pieces about me coming out, the main piece with the footage and another 2 pieces and 3 for the bed review. And once I've exhausted all avenues and there's nowhere else to go with this, and that that's it. I've done everything and there's nothing else. I'm gonna just risk it. I'm gonna just name names. Fuck it. What they're gonna do? Lock me up again? It is what it is, you know. I'll just name names, and I've told them that as well. When I said it to Andy Burnham, I go, Andy, if you keep pissing me off, I'm gonna start like dropping names, you know. So that's why in the podcast I did yesterday, because I knew they'd tune in because it's been advertised for like 2 weeks because they've admitted to watching everything I do. So I've gone, well, there's high-ranking people on my investigation. So it's Catherine Bates, the regional director. So everything I say, like when I know they're watching, I do say it strategically because there's nothing you can do about it now, you know. And I feel happy that I brought it out in the public domain. I'm happy that GMP are in the spotlight. But I'm going to be honest, the public review and the media attention hasn't had an impact on them. They're still the horrific force, because I've heard of issues with like other people that have been targeted since, you know, and they're a horrific force. And I believe they've got a lot of skeletons in their closet. So if everybody chips away, you would get somewhere. But I think the only thing, like I said, I'll never ask for money. So I've never asked for money. You can check that. Just if you believe what I'm saying, just keep sharing my story, because like I said, they're hoping people forget, and if people forget, they're going to wrap it up, you know. And what's working is because like the people have like messaged me that says, oh, we've put in an FOI, freedom of information request, asking them questions, we've emailed this person, that person. So without me knowing, there are people that are like antagonizing them. And even if there's a tweet out, they're like, oh, what about Zayna's case? Why are you covering up Zayna's case? And they do read all this and they do see all this, so they know that there's still public interest in the case. Like, shit, we best like not mess up. So I've actually like given them the heads up that I'm going to be requesting for the digital forensics, because I mean, I'm trying to like give them an opportunity to do the right thing. You're going to blame a rogue system. If you're going to blame a rogue system, I'm going to be like pushing like the media to like track the progress of like this request for proof that these systems malfunction. Didn't. And if you think about it rationally, if I'm lying, why would I ask for footage that proves that I'm lying? Do you get what I mean? And why would they not give
exactly that?
Why would they not give me the footage that proves that I'm lying? Do you know what? It's so nonsensical. And look at how the extent that they've gone through. All I've asked for is my footage. That's it. I didn't ask for Zayna Bed. I didn't ask for Andy Burnham. I didn't ask for IOPC. Just give me my bloody footage. Give it. And the reason for it is, like, I mean, my memory recall has recovered enough to know that it definitely happened there. It's not 100%, but I want to know exactly what happened to me. I want closure on the whole system, and I want them officers sacking, because you know what? The thing is, like, I'm a fairly tough character because I've had quite an eventful life, so I'm quite like tough. But do you know what? This would break most people, you know?
Yeah,
absolutely.
What?
And like I said,
Smiley, you made a comment. Sorry, Smiley, I was watching comments there, and you said, "Is this the key? Were you on about this, that you weren't believed, or they weren't? You got stick for last night?"
Oh yeah, last night, yeah, because I mentioned that I was doing it today,
right?
And yeah, I had Vincent Vega, and everybody else telling me, oh, it's all fake. Yeah, this is years old. Blah blah blah. It's all fake. She lied about it all. Blah blah blah. And then Vincent turned around and said, 4 solicitor firms or 4 lawyers have all dropped her case because they've realised it's all lies.
Oh.
Best you go and do research. Blah de blah de blah. And it was like,
I suggest they do. So you would wonder why they've got a vested interest in protecting the police, because it's always the same people who don't want to hear anything against the police, isn't it?
Exactly. Now,
like I said, you know, before hitting the media, my documents and my footage was reviewed. I'll repeat it, legal team wise. So BBC's legal team, Sky News' legal team, Channel 4's legal team, Open Democracy, Independent Newspaper, Mail Online, 6 media legal teams have passed my data before they've published it. I've spent.
But the elders of YouTube don't believe you.
Yeah, you know, they've got to, because if they publish it, then they can be openly prosecuted.
Yeah, why have
and they'll also lose their Ofcom media licenses.
Well, this is the thing. Like, I've never been arrested. No case has been brought against any media outlet. Before every article and thing that's come out, GMP have kicked up a fuss. I've been here on your show now for 2 hours. I've like give snippets of evidence. Obviously, I can't give everything because if you were to like sit with me like and go through 40 months worth of like data that I've collated, you just switch off. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, we've had enough of it. Let it go. Like, if you're not going to believe it after all that, do you know what? I just wish it never happens to you or somebody you know. That's all I can say. But if I'm honest with you, you know, I'm going to be honest, right? If somebody had told me something like this before it happened to me, I'd be thinking they're mad. You know, so I get it. And the very, very few. I mean, sometimes people, like the people that I've noticed have called me a liar. So I get like on social, like I'm mainly on Twitter. And Twitter's
Zayna, when you sat in my shed and told me about it before you had any, you were just recalling things, and I'm sitting there going,
they weren't even in order.
As hard as it is to take in, and it does sound fucking bizarre that could happen. I still believed every word that you said, and you've proved that you were
but the thing
about
is,
what had happened.
I can't really have a gripe with people not believing me, because sometimes I think, did it happen? You know.
I do know 2 police officers in Camborne Police Station, and it took 3 years, and it took people bullying a PCSO and another police officer, for them to actually come forward and then grass them up, because the woman, or the 2 women, there was 2 women, one was vulnerable and one was drunk, right? Now, so much shit happened to them, and so much shit happened to their family because they were all kicking up stink. I mean, being harassed, being arrested, being stopped for driving, being drug tested, being drink drive tested, you know, followed by police. Absolutely persecuted because they were making complaints and they were making allegations, right? And in the end, this PCSO and this other copper, constable, they were bullied. And they came forward and then they spoke out the truth. And the 2 coppers, they only got a disciplinary hearing, you know. And then she was given, the one girl was given hush money, and I don't know what happened to the other girl.
They usually get promoted.
Like I said, like, you know, like it's gradual. I've managed to prove a lot of elements of my case, and you know what, I'd say majority of people believe me, but like, even if they don't believe me, do you know what, I've planted the seed. Do you get what I mean? David Carrick, Wayne Cousins, it does happen. I've planted the seed, so whether you believe me or not, you're always gonna like be like, oh well, what if that mad woman were right? My sister's locked up, or my mum's locked up, or my brother's locked up. What if that crazy woman were right? You know, let's go check up on them. I've planted the seed.
Well, obviously, I've only had this information for 24 hours, and just in the bits and pieces that you've sent me, the bits and pieces I've looked on Twitter, you can see all the holes in it, which was, you know, why I was throwing questions at you. You can see the holes in it. Now, why, right, they've cut your clothing off of you, right? Now, I was saying to Binksy earlier, when you go into police custody, before you go into the vehicle, before you go into the van, they empty your pockets, they do a search, and then they place you in the vehicle. Then they take you to the custody suite. Then the officers who arrest you hand over your bag of whatever items you had on you at the time. They're then noted. You're then supposed to sign for them holding your property. Then you go down to if you need a solicitor, or if it's drunk and disorderly or whatever, then you go down to a cell, right? So if you're not drunk or out of your face, whatever, they ask you, they get a doctor, because they have to check to make sure that you're medically safe to be placed in a cell. Yeah, so that obviously if something happens and you don't die in custody, right? So you have to see a doctor. So you sit in a holding suite and then you see the doctor and then you go to a cell. Now, when you go to the cell, you take your shoes off. They get left outside your cell door. Then they've already taken your laces, your belt, anything that you can strangle yourself with. Yeah. How are you stripped, physically stripped with a pair of scissors? Yeah. And then they pull a pair of shorts onto you. Half the time you're completely unconscious. You can see you're unconscious, right? They've got you handcuffed. They've got you handcuffed. Then they pull a pair of shorts onto you with a leather belt on.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, the treatment in there. Had somebody had said what I'm saying to you right now before February 2021, I wouldn't have believed it, you know. So I get people not believing it. Now, I've always said to people, anything goes wrong, the police are like a very, very last resort. I wouldn't even like. I don't even have a GP, you know, because they try to create false records for you to say that you're a nutcase and write to your bloody GP, and then your GP doesn't take them records off. So I've experienced a lot. The last
they've sneakily tried to get your address, haven't they, as well? They've tried to figure out where you are.
Well, what I've done is I've got a registered address for my driving license, but like. I've not got where I live on record, and I'll be honest. So the house in Salford I sold. I was naive, like I said. So I dumped my house in 2021. I owned that house, and then when I realised this is going to go on for a few years, I sold the house, and I made a fair bit of money out of the sale of the house because prices had like shot up. But because the prospects of being sectioned and we're going to prison for these two crimes that never fucking happened was quite high, I thought, you know what, that money's no use to me. I signed it over. So there was a few reasons I did that, because one, it's no good to me if I'm sat in a prison cell, and it's no good to me if I'm in a fucking psych ward and you're not using my money to pay for my care when there was not wrong with me. Two, I'm mouthing off so much, I ain't having anybody bloody sue me either. So on paper, I've got fuck all, so I've gave everything up. I can show this, I'm not putting that online, but I can show Sharon it after. But it's come at a massive personal cost. So do you know when people say, oh, she's doing it for the money? You don't even know my personal circumstances. How can you say that? You know, nobody would put themselves through that. Look at the shit that I've had to put out there to try to get some accountability. I mean, there's going to be footage coming out of me when there's an officer. So one of the other pieces, like how they treat me like an absolute animal in the cell, like, so things like giving me an oversized pair of shorts. Where was the dignity? Where's the respect? But further down, a few hours, I can't remember how many hours into my cell because I don't remember the exact time because there's too many hours to remember. Somebody's, I've pressed the buzzer and somebody's come to the cell. I've walked to the cell and whatever I've seen there, I've actually wet myself. So I'm releasing footage like that. You know, that's like humiliating and degrading footage that I'm putting out there just to get a result, because I'm at the stage now I don't give a flying fuck. If I have to walk down the street naked with a spanner on my head, I'll do that. There's nothing that I won't do to get out. And at the very, very last resort, I will like name the name that I am aware of. There's like an officer. I've got footage of it, one officer, and he looks very similar to the officer that I'm speaking to in the hour leading up to the first hour becoming corrupt. And I remember he was the officer that was asking inappropriate questions. But if you look at my custody records, like custody detention logs, they have 3 columns. You have a date and time column, you have the what's happening column, and you have the officer's name column. Now, the officer name column, 50% of the names are redacted. And ironically, the 50% of the names that are redacted are the name, like got like things that I told South Yorkshire Police in 2021. I received the custody records in like few months after I gave a statement to South Yorkshire Police. So GMP were already aware of what I remembered, and it feels like they've redacted the appropriate bits out. So I've got 50% of the names of who was like looking after me. 50% of the names are redacted, and the excuse that they're giving me for redactions is we're protecting third-party data. If you're protecting third-party data, why have you shown 50% of the names and redacted 50% of the names? It doesn't make sense. And by the way, Vera Baird read me out 28 bloody names. So that argument doesn't make sense. The reason they're redacting names is because I believe that check on welfare dickhead, the one with the false identity who broke in, him and the guy that I believe, I call him Mr. Frosties because he gave me a Frosties bar and he bought water, and I also later on I call him Mr. Anal, the anal question guy. But like I said, I've proved the station is a wrong station. I've proved the strip search. So I've got a public review. I've got the IOPC, the mayor's dishing out meetings like the bloody Smarties. I've got the media coverage, and 6 media legal teams have passed my case. If you're still not going to believe it, you know what? Like, I'm not going to try to convince you. Like I said, my aim is to continue to raise awareness. And if anybody is an IT expert that can help me with terminology for this request, do get in touch. Like I said, not asking for money, never will ask for money. And yeah, so if anybody's got questions, I'm happy to answer questions. But I think I've covered everything, you know.
Right, you've got 5 WPCs on you, right? You're clearly unconscious. There's a male officer that's lurking in the doorway, right? They've stripped you. They've left you topless, right? They haven't put you in the recovery position. And you're blatantly unconscious.
Yeah.
So right, and that's like 19. That's like 19 minutes after they filled out the doctor's report.
Yeah, but this is the thing. Vera Baird reckons I'm awake during that strip search. I've got her on record saying I'm awake. This is how much they're lying. So when they're lying, I'm putting it out in the public domain in the hope that then they can't use that lie. But they always say to me, Zayna, do not speak out. You will prejudice the investigation. I'm like, it's already bloody prejudice. You're already on GMP's side, so it makes no difference to me if I fuck it up by talking about it. I said, I'm going to keep exposing it as the cover-ups happen, because once they've wrapped it up, once they've wrote their report, once they've published the report, it's too late for me to say, oh, yeah, but they've covered it up, right? I know they're going to cover it up, so I'm exposing the cover-ups as it happens, so it doesn't come as a shock to me or anybody else. That is the cover-up. Now, I'll tell you who I feel sorry for. The other 14 idiots that are in the bloody review, because they're buying into the bloody bullshit. You know, like this two, I think they've waived their right to anonymity as well, right? But they're just alleging strip searches, and they've admitted that they've been targeted by the police when they've like come forward. But they're like, oh my God, Andy Burnham's like conducted a review and he's paid Vera Baird. But they don't see it. Andy Burnham is the mayor and the police crimes commissioner. GMP are his responsibility. Any bad publicity GMP reflects badly on him as a police and crimes commissioner. He's paid his mate, a fellow Labour peer, to conduct a review. It's all corrupt, but these people can't see it. So I've been trying to tell them, and they're like, Zayna, you're ruining it for us. They're covering it up. And one of them recently, it was quite sad to see, even though she gave me a lot of shit online, it was quite sad to see, because she started to notice, she goes, what about us victims? They clearly don't care about us. This review was meant to have been published autumn last year. You know, it was only meant to take a couple of months. They've delayed it, and not because of like anything major to do with the report. It's because of like things like the mayoral elections, the general elections. So they strategically delayed it. But like I said, they've already written this report back last year, because Vera Baird already knew that this wasn't rogue officers, it was rogue systems. Do you know, Smiler, could you, like, on my Twitter page, there's a video where it's a Sky News piece, but you can see the police station with like a flag. Like, let me see if I can show you on my phone, and then if you can play that. How did Vera know last year it was rogue systems and not rogue officers when she's only just started an investigation? So they've already written this report. They already know they're going to...
Is it the one where you're walking towards the police station?
No, that's Channel 4. This is a Sky News one. And I think, let me just check. I'm sure I've got it.
That's on the Seeking. Oh yeah, I got it. Strip searches. 37 seconds.
If you show me the start of it, the picture of it, I'll tell you if it's the right one. Right, I think it's this one. Yeah.
I heard the minister talk about rogue officers. This is not about rogue officers. There will be some rogue officers, but it's about was it at the moment. I heard the minister talk about rogue officers. This is not about rogue officers. There will be some rogue officers, but it's about was a system going wrong? If there were rogue officers, were they being covered up? And is this part of it? So a piece of film which showed something appalling happening, for instance, to the young woman you've spoken to today, or to Zayna, as she believes it did, that will be a real serious issue for the police. But if they were to be covering it up, it would be a huge issue for the entire police force, going right to the very top. At the moment, I heard the minister rogue officers. This is not about rogue officers. There will.
Right, so like, how did she know so early on in the investigation that there's a rogue system issue? How you've already concluded it? They're going to blame, even with the other cases, rogue systems. So the others are like really naive. They can't see that, and I've tried to warn them about it, but they're going to learn the hard way. And it's hard. Like, why? Like, who in their right mind, right? Think about it, right? So Vera Bird is like very like the top of establishment. You've even said there's a case where she's had somebody locked up. I'm calling these people out. Why would I be doing that? Like, I'm one person. I don't have a massive family behind me. I don't have like loads and loads of friends. I'm comfortable, but I'm not rich. Like, like, how, like, why would I do that? Why would I put myself out there? And the thing is, it's weird. The more I'm calling them out, it's keeping me safer, because
you've got nothing. They've got nothing they can control you with, and that puts them in a poor position.
No, because the thing is, like I said, Richard has been absolutely amazing. He covers everything, so I don't even have to work, So I spend all my time trying to do this. I am going back to uni in September because I want to do the accredited journalism course so I can become a journalist. So me area of expertise is going to be the police. So I'm going to like go for the police, like with what I cover, and like may hopefully do stuff like what I know how hard it has been for me to get my voice heard. And a lot of people like they'll like say to me, "Oh, you're lucky you've got your voice heard." I'm like, it's not bloody come easy. I've had to literally humiliate myself and like push for it. So hopefully if I can make people's lives easier by helping them get their voices heard, because there's a lot of stories like mine. But the thing is, you don't hear about it because they whitewash it, they cover it up. I'll give you an example.
And they're all bought and paid for as well, so they've got no control themselves over what they do.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, I know it doesn't matter which authority that you're going up against. Like, there's a woman who was raped in a hospital, so it's happening in the NHS, and apparently it's massive in the NHS. Who's going to believe that the NHS rape people? Anyway, so right, so it doesn't matter which organisation, like your government body you complain about, they will close ranks. If you've got kids, right? So I know women with kids. I'm lucky I do not have kids, nor do I want kids, right? Social services will get involved. They will take your kids off, right? Social housing, like I said. Yeah, you're going to lose your housing, your benefits, you're going to get bloody sanctioned, your job, you're going to bloody lose your job like Sharon did, right? They will come for you at every single angle. Guess what? I've got no kids. I don't work. I don't live in social housing. I don't claim benefits. Come for me. You can't. what are you going to do? Lock me up again? Could you imagine if they turned up and tried to arrest me again? It'd be massive because everybody would know that they're trying to arrest me because I'm trying to expose the corruption. They can't section me. It's quite clear that I am. Like, I mean, I've learned the intelligence and I've learned how to like work them, but they are covering up. And like I said, this isn't about me and this isn't about like whatever, but this is about the fact that if they manage to cover this up, them officers are going to continue serving. Like 999 calls, these officers could be coming out to like anybody and everyone, you know, and they have access to the most vulnerable in society, and that's who they target, the most vulnerable in society. They don't see colour.
Do you know what's very concerning, Zayna, though? There's a lot of women on the force, and there's a lot of women that are aiding and abetting this sort of behaviour, because
I'll be honest.
Even the case in 84 that you referred to, there was women involved with that, and I'm glad that I mean, it's awful what happened, that she's took her own life in the year that you've come across this. You know, this has happened to you, and I hope that her family gets some sort of, you know, I don't know what the word would be, just
like some like
that you're fighting them. You know what I mean?
I because I contacted them and I says, look, that her rapist, I'm trying to push that out because I know Greater Manchester Police, that's the area that they're really kicking up a fuss about. They don't want that coming out. And I said, are you wanting Jackie's name to be used? And they've said, yeah, because all those years ago, she was discredited. It happened to her as a 20-year-old, you know. And for me, it's different. I'm 36. I was a lot older when it happened. I'm 39 now, so it's easier for me to handle. But imagine something like this happening to you and going through this process when you're like 20. Like, I mean, the black community, the family said, well, the family are like Asians, like they don't really talk about stuff like this. You know, it's not. I mean, I prefer the white culture because you do talk about stuff like this. Yeah, so I mean, she ended her life in 2021. I tracked down the family in 2022. I went to the grave. I left some flowers. But this has been going on since 1984, and I'll let you into another thing as well. So Jackie's happened in 1984. So I've got a historical newspaper article, right? So Jackie's happened in 1984, right? In 1983, do you know when they do these inspections of police stations, right? So I refer to these inspections like the Ofsted report. So do you know, like when the Ofsted like inspectors are going into schools and they're like, be on good behaviour, the inspectors are in, so we'll all be. Anyway, kind of inspection at this station, right? And it was a station in Moss Side. I've got the article for this, so if anybody wants to read it. And they've searched the officers' lockers, you know, their private personal lockers. They found items of debauchery, so torture items. And when questioned why they had torture items in their lockers, the excuse that they gave was, we've took them off football hooligans. If you've taken like stuff off football hooligans or detainees, why are they not in the safe room? Why are they in your personal lockers? Now, like, if it, like, think about it rationally. You know, when you hear about stories where there's been a death in custody, okay, look at the ages of these people. They're always like young, 20s, 30s, 40s, and they die of heart attacks. You know, and they've always allegedly got mental health issues. There's something very murky going on, because since I started speaking out, because I've been trying to get, like, see if there's other cases. I'm aware of a case with West Yorkshire Police. The sister contacted me because it happened to my sister, but a good few years ago, and she got paid out, like, you know, just to keep her mouth shut. Because she never got justice, she committed suicide as well. I met up with a girl from Kent. Something similar happened to her in Kent. So I do think this is happening on a bigger scale, but they're very good at burying it. And I just don't want it to happen to anybody else. Like I said, if people believe me, don't believe me, it's fair enough. I've got it out, and I'm going to continue getting it out. I've managed to prove 3 of the 4 allegations, and I do believe it'll come out. It might not be overnight, but I'm going to continue doing this. So yeah, but I think I've covered everything, you know. But hopefully, if you keep an eye out for the coverage, and then you can see the presentation, and maybe you can say that I'm not lying. So even though I've not got the footage of the assault, just seeing the before and after, it's enough, you know, just to show that something happened.
Well, apparently Pablo said there was a documentary on a few months ago, and there's seemingly 6,500 sex offence cases against the police force and the NHS staff. It was made in 2023.
Yeah. So we can't all be lying, you know. We can't all be lying. Not only that, but there was it To Catch a Copper on Channel 4, but a female officer came forward that she'd been sexually assaulted. And this is what pisses me off about the women that work for the establishment, right? They, unless it affects them, they don't say anything. And, you know, like throughout the complaints process, right? So when I've dealt with men, you know, men, like I've answered the phone or answered an email, they've been marginally nicer. The women are horrific. Like these women, like, and these are women. But then I spoke to a friend of mine from Rotherham, so I've made friends with like a Rotherham campaigner, and he said, he goes, the cover up of child grooming victims is middle class white women. Middle class white women, because the lower class don't mean shit. Do you know what I mean? It's bizarre. And I've learned a lot, and it's been an eye opener. And I don't believe anything the establishments tell me. If they say go left, I'm going to go bloody right, because you just fucked me over. And when you see how it all works, it's an absolute head fuck, you know. And the weird thing is, right, so like Richard's been with me throughout the whole journey, and sometimes I'm talking to him and we're on 2 different pages because he's not experienced it directly. He thinks I'm mad, like, so to him I sound like some mad conspiracy theorist. I'm like don't do this, don't do that. Oh, they like talking shit. And I'm like, oh, we'll be watching a movie. I said, that happens in real life because that happened to me, you know. And he just thinks I'm mental, because it's unless you've experienced it yourself, you don't see how fucked up the system is. And I remember as a kid, my dad used to tell me what it was, because he wasn't born in this country. So when he came over, and he used to tell me stuff like this happening back where he's from, it's happening here. And I've got another friend, and he used to be a pilot, and he's lived all over the world. And he said to me, he goes, I've lived in the Middle East, I've lived here, I've lived there. He goes, the UK is the most corrupt country. He goes, because they're corrupt and they're the only ones that don't bloody admit it. They'll keep wrapping it, like covering it up. And I've seen it firsthand. And it's not good.
I certainly had my eyes opened a lot, especially in the last 7 years.
Yeah, but you've got to experience it to see it. And unless you've experienced it, it's really hard to see it. So I get why people don't believe it.
And the people that don't want to believe it, or can't hear the truth, they're the ones that try to discredit us. They're the ones that put us down and say that it's not true.
Like, you know, like on social media, if I'm honest with you, a lot of like people that come forward if they've been sexually assaulted, and it doesn't have to be by a police officer or an NHS worker, but a lot of like even child grooming victims and people who have been raped, they get like hammered, like they get like, oh, you're a Ellie Williams, you're a liar and whatnot. And to be honest, 90% of the support that I've got has been absolutely amazing. Now, the people that do tell me, I'll tell you who tells me, right? It's always like anonymous police accounts, or it's like people like your Paul and Janaya creating multiple accounts, talking amongst themselves and getting their little. It's nobody significant, right? The general, like, because the thing is, like, I've been doing this for 40 months. Why would I put my entire life on hold, like, just to do this? It's not fun. It's not fun. I mean,
they'd have had you locked up somewhere by now if you weren't telling the truth.
I know. Why have I not been arrested? Yeah. And do you know what? It's weird, because I know of cases where girls have made complaints and they're not about the police sexually assaulting them. It'll just be another complaint, and because they've put a complaint in against an officer, they'll have police turn up at their house to do check on welfare, arresting them, taking them to the station. And since I've been speaking out, they've never ever done that. Why? Because if I'm lying, I'm a false accuser. If I'm a false accuser, I'm looking at a prison sentence. Why are you not arresting me? Because you know I'm not lying. If I were lying, you'd have gave that footage by now. Do you know what I mean? But look at all the extent that they're going through. And all this stems from me in February 2021 making a subject access request, asking for my footage. So when I met him for the first time, I've met him 3 times, our fourth meeting next month. But I said to him, I says, Andy, he goes, oh, when I heard about your case, I got you the public review. I says, no. I said, you heard about my case in 2021 and you bloody ignored it. Media, and that's when you took action. Because I got you very bad in the public review. I says, I didn't ask for it. Yeah, I says, I didn't ask for the IOPC. I only asked for my footage. You're not giving me what I'm asking for. I just want my footage. What are you spending thousands and thousands of pounds and wasting public money when I've only asked for my footage? So like I said, if you research the story, look through the entire stuff. I mean, there's some idiots. You know, when people haven't been abused before, right? There was one idiot online and he really pissed me off. He goes, oh, she said sexual assault and now she's saying rape. Now, I've always said sexual assault. The first time the word rape was mentioned when Sky News put it out, I still I'll say it every now and then, but most of the time I prefer to say sexual assault. We talk about things how it's easy for you to talk about.
And it was the hospital that first said it anyway, wasn't it?
Yeah, but the thing is that sometimes people think that they know the entire story. Like, I do try to put as much out as I can, but it's physically impossible to put everything out because half of it's boring. No one's going to bloody read it or look at it. But the thing is, like, there was a hospital that first reported it. I'll send it to you, Smile and Binks. Like, you know, the hospital first reported rape, so they're lying too. But the thing is, like, do you know, like, if I make a subject access request now to the NHS, they will not give me one because they know I'm pursuing the police. Any public body, they will not make a subject access. They will not park any data because they know I'm. So they've literally closed ranks. But like I said, I think if anybody's got a chance of exposing this, I do feel it's me because unlike a lot of people, I've got nothing to lose because I'm technically not in the system. The only thing I've got is my driving license and my bloody passport. That's it.
Have you heard of the Pablo's put in the chat about @Super Chuffer channel?
Yeah, Angela's. This is Angela Zayna. She's followed your case for a while as well. She was in the chat, but she's gone through something similar herself.
Okay, so me and Angela are lying to the idiots that don't believe us. Go on.
Absolutely, yeah. So yeah, definitely. Nothing as horrific as what you've been through with the police in that respect, like by them officers. Absolutely not. And I'm so sorry that you've been through that. I can't even begin to imagine. But do you know what? The fact that you're still speaking out about it, you're still like shouting about it and still wanting to get it out there just proves beyond anything, and not even proves even, it's you're not letting it rest, and that's right. And you know what? Because why should you let it lie? Why should you forget about it? Why should these people shouldn't be getting away with it? They shouldn't be being able to just carry on with their lives because you're not able to. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can't.
I think, you know, for me, the worst memory for me was, right, I remember when they've asked me for my I showed the blood, and then they've bagged my shorts up. I've showed an officer blood. They gave me like a change of clothing, and then I'm walking out of the cell to be placed in the transport vehicle, which I believe was an ambulance to take me to the hospital. But I remember walking down the corridor and going past the front desk, and it was just loads of officers. And I remember thinking, I couldn't work out what had happened, and I knew something bad had happened because I was struggling to walk, and it was internally I was in so much pain. Like, when my friends picked me up from hospital, I was still struggling to walk. So that's how much pain I was in. And it felt like I was doing the walk of shame, all these officers like smirking. And there was one that I remember one coming up to me and saying, "Hi, Zayna, remember me? Bye." Big smirk on his face, like they'd done something dead good, you know, like they fucked somebody up. And it felt like they'd done a good job. You know, there was no, like, the officer that I showed blood to, when I swiped back to, There was remorse in his face, but the worst part for me was walking out, and I knew something terrible had happened, but I didn't know. And the one that said, "Remember me, Zayna, bye," and I remember looking at him, and I couldn't like speak. I just looked at him, and I'm thinking, "You're a bad man. You've done something bad," but I didn't know what he'd done. And I remember being placed in the vehicle, and I felt safe, like quite relaxed, because I thought I'm safe now. And I'm trying to talk to these ambulance staff, but I weren't wearing. But you know, when I felt the vehicle reversing, I thought they were taking me back, and I went hysterical. And that was probably the worst memory, the pain that I was in, you know. But sorry, carry on your story.
No. Oh no, I'm not going to talk about mine at all. No, I haven't. I've just want to say like, just that, you know, that I'm here kind of thing, and I don't know if I can do anything to help at all. But yeah, I'm here, and I just think what you've been through has been absolutely awful. And I get what you say about how, like, generally you look back in it, you still see it, don't you? You still see it, like you just said then, when you still visualize it, don't you? You can still feel it now and see it now, and you're going through the emotions, and you can still be there, and that's the thing that can't ever leave your mind, and that's what you need to keep not remembering, because I don't want you to remember it, but fight for that, and know that fucking, sorry for swearing, wankers, they need to pay. And don't every time, like so my ex-partner, he put me through hell. He tried to kill me, he strangled me, he sexually assaulted me, he sexually assaulted me with a baseball bat, he raped me, and this went over a long period of time. So, but again, the police again were just like, oh well, he didn't know whether you consented or not. Clearly I didn't. I mean, he fucked up all my internal, like, my bladder and everything. I'd had a hysterectomy about 4 months before. So it was like they were just so shit, just really crap about it. Do you know what I mean? They didn't do anything. It took them, I think, 13 months or something like that before they finished the investigation, according to them, but they didn't investigate anything, and they NFA'd it. And so we took it further, and we got to the point where we were able to take it for judicial review with my solicitor. We got the funding by the legal aid to go for the judicial review, but it was during the COVID time where everything was already being postponed, put off, do you know, so the time limitations ended up going over. But since then, the NHS had to do a serious incident review, because I was under, at the time, the mental health team, and because of what happened to me whilst under that, and I was then classed as being a vulnerable adult, they had to by law do a serious incident review, which then went on to be a serious, something adult, I can't think what it's called now, but basically it looks into all the care and what should happen and all that crap. But I'm still fighting that now. That happened in 2017, but then in 2018 I was assaulted, headbutted and everything like that by an off-duty police officer, and now that's going to court this year, and I've been fighting the same as you, and you will get justice, you will, I promise you. There's just no two ways about it. You will, just got to keep fighting. Mine happened in 2018, and it was, I've been told about the last few months that it'll be in court this year on a 4 or 5 day trial. So
that would mean that when Zayna left, that would mean that there should be a serious incident report for you then, shouldn't there, Zayna?
How do you mean?
Well, because they sectioned you, didn't they? The police sectioned you.
Yeah.
So there'd have to be a incident.
Sorry, if the computer goes off, let me just try to charge it. My battery is really low. 1 second. 1 sec. Right, go on. It's a charging. Yeah, definitely. So I just had to move. Just charge it.
So there should be a serious incident report for you, because the police sectioned you and then put you into the custody of the where they sectioned you, shouldn't they?
Do you know, I've got the Mighty report, which includes the section notes, but there was no serious incident or anything like that at all. No, like I said,
sorry,
like I said, all their records are falsified. Sorry, I've got loads of stuff that's come up on my computer. I do apologise. Right, go on. Sorry.
They should have done it. They should have done bad because of the care.
Like, in terms of,
yeah, the Mighty report, all the time dates were out of sync, weren't they?
yeah, they reckon I arrived at 1:46, but the officers were outside my property at 1:46. Somebody mentioned the Information Commissioner's office. When I say beyond inept, it's they were absolutely useless. They wrote to me in 2022 and they said, "Oh, GMP have legitimately applied exemptions on your subject access request," and that was it. That was it.
Well, just reading the FOIA request. The FOIA request is disgusting. Greater Manchester Police can neither confirm nor deny it holds the information.
Yeah, right. So one of the people, somebody that follows me, right? He knows what GMP is like because he's had his own issues, something a bit different. He's had his own issues with GMP. So he made a freedom of information request to GMP saying, "Have you got anybody working that's been accused of sexual assault?" So Greater Manchester Police have put a reply saying, "We can neither," now listen very carefully, "we can neither confirm nor deny if we've got anyone accused of sex offences working." And I were cheeky, yes, I can confirm there is, because there is. Jackie Berkeley's bloody rapist. He's working in bloody professional standards. But the thing is, it's so hard not to name the person, because you know what, I do want to bloody name him, but I want to save the naming of officers when there's no other option. Do you know what I mean? If I start name dropping now when I've got other options, it kind of defeats the last 4 months. But like I said, I do.
Well, if you message them, I'll do FOIA requests with those names.
Like I said, I use social media to therapy, so I do like to talk. So if any of my friends want to know the names and want to just I'm happy to share. But the domain. Message you, Sharon, now. I'll put it in group chat now. And then you can Google and find his LinkedIn. But will you not put it up just so you guys know? But you'll see.
Did you do a subject access request to A&E?
Everyone. I did my GP. I did one with the Psych Board. I did one with St Mary's Sock. I did one with the Mayor, my local MP. Literally, do you know when I say the entire police complaints process, I've navigated everything. Everybody, and I think this is why they're struggling now to admit that there's been failures, because it's not just now police failures. The failures go all the way up to the Mayor's office, you know. So
but also on the NHS as well, then.
The NHS gave me my hospital report, but then when they realised that I was pursuing GMP, when I went back to them to ask additional questions, nobody to give me anything now. But I've got as much data as I can. But what they're doing now is that every time I have a meeting with them, or I speak to them on the phone or emails and things like that, because they've lied so much over the last 40 months, and every time you speak to somebody different, they're starting to trip over their own lies. So I'm still collecting data, the recordings that I've played out the last 2 hours and 46 minutes. It's still building up. I mean, got another meeting with the Mayor early next month. I mean, knowing them, they'll probably get a bee in their bonnet, because I'm still calling them out, and I've slagged Andy off yesterday as well on the podcast that I did yesterday. But anyway, do you know what? It's true.
Do you know what? It's your life. So this thing though, Zayna, it's your life, and too right you should be pissed off, and too right you will speak out. And if they've got a problem with that, they need to be sorting the shit out to begin with, isn't it? At the end of the day, this is your life, and you should be going through this.
But the thing is, like I said, there's historical cases like this. It does happen to other people. And I even put the question to them, is the reason why you don't take rape cases seriously because the people that are investigating are rapists as well? And that's not far-fetched. Like I said, there was two rapists, long-term rapists, where the staff, their colleagues knew about it for decades and nobody did anything, and their victims go double numbers. Wayne Cousin, David Carrick, but it's not an issue that's limited to the Met and GMP. The Met is the biggest force, so naturally they're going to have the biggest criticism. GMP's misdemeanors get overshadowed by the Met, but the other smaller forces have just the same issues, because the thing is, power attracts a certain type of thing, and power can corrupt. Power in the wrong hands, and do you know what I mean? And when
it's like Andrew Bridgen came out last week and said that he's been sitting on MPs' names, a list of MPs that have been involved in paedophilia for 2 decades. 2 decades. And he's been sitting on that information for 2 decades. And he only spoke about it last week or the week before. Now, to be sitting on that information for 2 decades, I mean, I thought he was doing good because he was proving all the COVID nonsense, and then he comes out with that. I mean, he come out with that, and that was just that just crushed me for him. That did, because it was like, you've been sitting on that information for 2 decades, and you haven't even given the list of names yet. You've only said that
They're all
you've got
corrupt.
information.
None of them can be trusted. They're all corrupt.
And
all of them.
Yeah. How can you sit on that information for 2 decades and not even put out the names yet?
Yeah.
Well, how can you stand by and watch a nation full of young girls get groomed and raped and put on the street to work, earn a living for these people, and turn a blind eye to it through social services, police and government? They've done it for decades as well. Do you know what I mean? All these families destroyed, all these young people destroyed.
Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Think you say right, so right. Do you know, back in 1990, I'm not going to do this kind of things here, but yeah, the police in Derby, they knew everything about it, facilitating it. Definitely did. And you know what? When it came to my ex, and when I had a meeting with a superintendent, Matthew Thompson, his name was, I think, he's now conveniently retired. He got promoted and then retired, and then he sat there. Yeah, so I was having a meeting with the manager from safeguarding at the hospital as well as him, and he basically sat there and said, "Yeah, do you know what? If this had happened to Karen, for example, then yeah, it would have gone further. But because it happened to me, then no, it didn't. But also because he said, I said that I was a prostitute when I was 11, although I've been groomed and stuff, that discredits me." I was like, "You fucking what? You're taking the piss." Straight up. And this is only, 2-3 years ago. I was like, "Nah, do you know what?"
Well, you know what I've noticed, just very quickly, do you know, on that subject? So since I've started speaking out, for some reason, do you know how I reached out to Sharon because I knew she did the child grooming stuff and I thought she could help? I get a lot of the child grooming victims contact me, and a common theme that I've noticed amongst all of them is the official, so just whichever support agency they're using, will encourage them to go to the doctors to get a diagnosis of some kind. But then that very diagnosis is used against them. Now, I just want to say, so say, for example, you go to your doctors and you say your dog died, right? They're working on commission. They'll just dish you out antidepressants. Your dog dying is a natural human.
As soon as you've taken that medication, you're discredited.
Yeah. All the child grooming victims, right? When they've reported to the police, they're like, "Oh, she's got a history of anxiety. She's got a history of self-harm. She's this, that, and the other." They use that very record to then discredit you as a survivor of, and they'll say, "Oh, she won't make a credible witness," you know. But if always question the motives, like I said, when there's sexual offences, your perpetrators don't have to be officers. For some reason, they don't take sexual violence and domestic violence seriously. But there's a lot of officers that are serving currently that have been accused of domestic violence. I know a woman based in West Yorkshire. She was married to a police officer. She's got a kid with him, and she reported rape and domestic violence. And do you know what? her experience and everything she's going through mirrors what I'm going through. So there's two different women, two different contexts. Like she was a partner, I was arrested, you know, but it's the same process and it's the same closing of ranks. But I'd say her experience is a lot worse than mine because she's got a young child and she's going through the horrific family court system. Now that's another corrupt system. But any form of mental health, when you're reporting a crime, it will always come and bite you in the bum. They will use that not to take your case forward, like, and to discredit you. I mean, I told Sharon recently about a woman that contacted me from Hull, and girl, and she's been really fucked over a lot, and she was trying to complain about somebody quite high profile. She had not only the police visit her house, she had the mental health team contact her, but she's not been in contact with mental health services for over a decade. So she's about 29 now. When she was groomed, she was a teenager. So like, she's not been in contact. So they're trying to get her to liaise with mental health professionals to like create a recent record. So when she's speaking up about this high profile person, that she's not going to be believed. And I said to her, babe, don't go for any assessments. Do not engage with them because they're going to use that against you. And a lot of people don't get it. Like the amount of girls that'll say to me, "Oh, I'm going to go get a diagnosis for PTSD because then I'll get a bigger CCAP, which is a compensation scheme." I'm like, do not get a diagnosis because when you take a perpetrator to court, they'll say you're a nutter. Don't believe the crazy woman. Don't. And this works against
they did it with kids in the care system. What they did was they chucked them out of the care system at a certain age, and a lot of them ended up on the streets and had to commit crimes to survive. They would get them arrested, and then because they've got done for petty crimes, their evidence in court, when they later got to a position where they were strong enough to actually go forward with a complaint about how they'd been treated, they were discredited because they'd been arrested for something, or they'd had a drug addiction, or, you know, even if they've got themselves cleaned up and the drug addiction was because of how they were treated, it doesn't matter. They're discredited, and don't bite me, bitch. Their evidence is she's a grumpy pal. Their evidence is discredited because they're deemed unfit as a witness. And I've even heard barristers explaining how they're going to insinuate the victims, or the witnesses as they call them, are not reliable witnesses as well, just by implying that they've been on drugs, even if they haven't. There's no evidence of it, but they suggest it so that the jury thinks so. It's so corrupt, the system. It's just unbelievable.
It is, and I think you wouldn't wish it on anybody, and it gets really frustrating, you know, like despite like making progress and proving certain elements, when you get the people, they're like, oh yeah, but it's only the odd bad apple. No, that bad, like the group of officers turn up at a situation, one of them does something wrong, guaranteed them others will not talk out against him. They all close ranks, and it's like
ranks.
They protect each other. You've got no chance. There was recently, I think end of last year, there was a video about police officers in Salford. So there's a woman was stopped in a car when she was driving by an officer, and I was watching this video and it was making me really uncomfortable because the officer, he just looks slimy, you know, like dead creepy, and he was just asking her questions. What he didn't realise, he all of a sudden, after he's been a bit inappropriate, like just making her feel uncomfortable, right? He's looked round and he's like, oh, are you recording me? A kid was recording her in the back, and his tone and his presentation changed completely. So like, say for example, you're driving alone, like, and you get pulled over by the police. There's two officers, they could do anything. The other one ain't going to back you up. Like I said, I'd rather be like careful and overcautious than be sorry. Record all interactions with the police. There's some wrong-uns working for the police, and like, since I've spoken out, the stories that I've heard, and I say to people, like, I can't even say to them, come forward, because there's nowhere to go. You know, like
the two that assaulted me in Manchester, they actually sent in their reports at the same time, same wording, everything. They'd obviously colluded to send the same thing in, and they actually got told to stop laughing in the car That's how unprofessional they were. That's how cocky they are. And the inspector, the person that gave the orders, got promoted. It's very corrupt. It is. And I think you're doing the right thing, just being public about it rather than trying to take them through a corrupt system.
Well, the thing is, a lot of people
stop her this way.
Well, a lot of people say to me like, "Oh, have you got a lawyer? Have you got this?" I've been down that road, and one was useless, just took me bloody money. I mean, they were a good firm, but they just bought into everything Greater Manchester Police said. Second one became compromised, the one that was recommended by Maggie Oliver's foundation, who was a known bloody criminal. And I genuinely believe that she was like some kind of informant, because everything she was doing for me case, I realised she was jeopardising it. Right.
Well, so I'm going to send the link to this to Ian Gould. I'm going to send him the link, whether he watches it or not. I'm just going to send him it with
the thing is, I've had somebody, Rob Warner from Crime Bodge, he got in touch as well, and he's had his own issues with the police, and he's got his own website, Crime Bodge. So if anybody has any issues with the police, as a good starting point, just to see how it all works, Crime Bodge is a good one to look at. So he's got a website and he's got a YouTube channel, but he was the one that suggested requesting the digital forensic for this so-called corrupt system. And he goes, Zayna, if we manage to, he goes, you won't get it, but even if they don't give it, it shows that they're hiding something that bit more. And he goes, then I'll see if Ian Gould can get it. But I'm going to be 100% honest. When you've been fucked up by the police are part of the justice system, do you know what I mean? You've been fucked up by the system. I don't trust your mates to do right by me now, do you know what I mean? So for me, the second best thing is, right, even if I don't get justice, right, because I don't think I'll see justice in the way that I want to see justice. If it was up to me, I would clear the swamp of all the corrupt dickheads that are working for Greater Manchester Police, because it's not just the people that abused me and at that station. You've got Swinton CID who destroyed my forensic clothing. You've got professional standards that have been covering up, right? The number of officers, if you could see my records and count the number of officers that have been involved, it actually really saddens me, because I'm thinking, all this manpower to shut me up, you know, to cover what happened. So there's a lot more wrong-uns in the police force than there is good ones. So when people say, oh, not everyone's bad, the quiet ones are not good officers, right? The only good officers are the ones that quit or the ones that speak out. They won't speak out, though. Do you know what I mean? I genuinely don't believe there's good characters in the police, because if you're helping to enable that abuse to go on, you know. But there's a new story about a dodgy copper every week, and it baffles me, because I'm like thinking, not get jealous, but I'm thinking, why have they've got like got rid of him? But I asked the solicitor this, and he goes, the ones that they managed to get rid of, because it's when the evidence is so compelling, there's no way out of not covering it up, i.e. Sarah Everard, where they could not cover it up. So yeah, one of those. But like I said,
it's mad. I feel like this is one of these. I think your case is like one of the ones that should have just been. I don't know. It baffles me. I think it's such a massive case of, I think that they do just want to keep it covered. I think that's it, one of them on, because there's so many people that will have to leave. Do you know, it's not just one person.
It's because it happens on police premises. I think that's where I'm like struggling, because it happened on police premises. And what's happened is, because they've told one lie, that lie's become two lie, and then they've had other people that have had to come on board to reinforce that lie. There's just too many people. The IOPC, I've got the IOPC on record lying. You guys have just heard it. Where do you go to? It's just so crazy. There's nobody above the IOPC. Yes, you can go to the judicial review, but the judges, like, for all I know, like somebody, I don't know if this is true, so don't quote me on it. Somebody said that Greater Manchester Police's Chief Constable, Stephen Watson, his brother-in-law, is a judge in the Northwest. If that's true, they've got the fucking court system boxed off as well. So why am I going to waste money going through a system that's like done nothing but fuck me over? And I'll be honest, the only thing that's worked so far is just talking about it. It's kept me safe. There's no more section attempts. They don't actually even say that I'm the mad woman anymore. because they know I'm not, because I fucked them over and I've like named and shamed them. And so they don't say I'm mad. They're not trying to section me. There's no, they're not investigating me or got any crimes against me. They do like stalk me a little bit, i.e. that woman from IOPC. Her profile's on my page as well, if you just want to have a look.
Okay.
Messages. But the thing is, like, so they do watch everything I say, but like I said, it's scary, but I'm going to make the most of it. Do you know what? I've got the upper hand, and at the moment I've got the upper hand, so I'm going to make the most of it, because there's absolutely nothing they can do about what I'm saying, you know. But I'm hoping I'll get the sexual assault out.
Mm. Where's she gone?
Just frozen. Thanks, you're muted.
I bet the people that are involved are wondering every day whether it's all going to come crashing down on them today or not. Do you know?
Yeah.
They'll get moved around. They'll get transported out somewhere. What? They'll disappear. They'll. You know what I mean?
Oh, you're back. You froze up, Zayna.
Yeah, I don't know why that is. I think it was. Do you know where I live in Sheffield? We live in like a village, so yeah, it's we don't get very good connection here. So I said to Rich, I said, don't be using any internet or any Wi-Fi shit, because I want good connection for this. So I'm sorry, it did go off, and I thought it was you, Karen, because you went blank.
Zayna, that demo you came to with me when you Richard came over, that was in Hull, wasn't it?
Yeah,
so you met the person we were talking about last night. You met them.
Did I?
You will have done. I would have introduced you to them because they organised that demo.
Well, the thing is, you know what? It's really hard for me because, like, you know, when like sometimes people think that I have all the answers and they'll come to me for help, and I'm like, I'm still learning myself, and there is nobody to help you. Unless you help yourself, there's nobody there to rescue you. The entire system's rigged, right?
That's what I keep telling everybody. There's nobody coming to save you. You've got to save yourself.
There isn't, and I've learned that. You know what? I've got emails upon emails. I've contacted every organization you can think of. The only ones that I'd give some credit to is Women Against Rape in London and the Northern Police Monitoring Project in Manchester. So I'll repeat it: Women Against Rape in London and Northern Police Monitoring Project in Manchester. But they're grassroots organizations, so they're not covered, they're not paid by the establishment. They're
NGOs.
Yeah, so they're not like there for profit. They're not getting government funded, so they're not government controlled. And they, ironically, Women Against Rape helped in Jackie's case, and they provided a little bit of assistance to me, i.e. writing to GMP back in 2021, as did Northern Police Monitoring Project. Now, them two organisations started helping me when I had no data. It was just me just talking out. I had no proof of anything I was saying. And they believed me. And the reason they believed me, because they've heard of cases like this before. Women Against Rape, actually, when Sky News came out, I had a Zoom meeting with them just as a catch up. They asked me, they go, who's the contact at Sky News? And I asked them why, because and they said there's other cases of police rape. They didn't say style rape, but they said police rape, and they wanted to get it out. So it is a bigger issue than it is in the public domain. So don't be fooled. It's not just Sarah Everards. It's not just me. There's so many, and you've got to question why there's low rate of rape convictions, like why they don't take rape cases, because they're bloody doing it themselves. You know, you're gonna see. And somebody told me something about Rotherham, right? So I don't know if this is true, but it's a campaigner, and he's been campaigning for 20 years. Now he only does stuff on social media because the police threatened him with arrest. They used to give his address to the groomers because he was reporting it every time he saw little girls in the parks with these groomers, with officers stood there. He was reporting it. They threatened him with arrest, you know? They threatened him with arrest. Once there was a car that tried to ram him off the road, and it was a groomers who gave him the information, the fucking police. Anyway, so he said that, like, the girls don't get believed, and the entire system is this corrupt, right? So The establishment knows who's grooming them. They won't do anything because some of them are on the payroll or they get first dibs on the girl. But what's even more sick is, like, you know, like the fostering agencies. Guess who's running the fostering agency? The groomers' fucking families. Like, you're giving them the product.
Why do you think they got rid of me as soon as I started to... Nobody came to me and said, oh, look, you've had this conversation, we've been told about this or that. It went up the chain of command until it went to the very top, and they just said, get rid of her. And they kept me out. They wouldn't let anybody speak to me. They left me for a month before anybody spoke to me. And then they'd already made their mind up, so it didn't matter what I was going to say at that point. They'd already written me off. They were going to lie about me. Just to make their case. And so when people came to me about forced adoption and the process, I was like, yeah, they use the same process to get rid of me. Corruption and lies. You know what I mean? It's they use it throughout the system.
Yeah, it's not just the police, it is across the board. And like I said, some of the stuff I've heard has been absolutely horrific, and there's absolutely nothing I would not believe now. I'd believe it all. Yeah, I mean, like I said, even if today we're doing this show with you guys has been a waste of time, even if I've got one person to, do you know, like kind of see it, that's the job done, you know. So
yeah. Well, it's about awareness, isn't it? And that's all we can do is make people aware. If they don't want to see it, they don't want to see it. That's up to them. You know, people don't.
To be honest, I wish I could go back to the time where I had rose-tinted glasses on. Life was a lot easier then, you know? Like, all police officers come and save you. The NHS make it all better and put a plaster on. They don't. They're the ones that bloody fuck you up. Yeah, so like I said, that I know
a woman with clowns. They wear the uniform, they're clowns.
I know a woman, I think a very attractive woman, she's about 50s, I believe, very attractive woman, but she went to A&E and she was raped. She was kept overnight and she was raped. NHS, you go to hospital. Like, if she was bloody raped, like anaesthetic, anybody could be doing all sorts. Are you going to bloody remember? No, you're not. And there's all sorts working in places. You've got to forget, you can't forget, like, your police officers, your doctors, your nurses, your judges. They're people like you and me, you know. Just because they do a certain job doesn't make them like some kind of saint. You do get sinners there. And unfortunately, right, when people are wrong-uns, they go for jobs where they find their target, like, I don't know, like if you're a paedophile, you become a bloody teacher or a priest. Do you get what I mean?
Well, how many of them in their in their professional careers, how many of them have been found out? How many of them been sacked? You know, teachers.
How many can believe? I know you don't want to go down the conspiracy route, but these secret societies, they do have rituals that they have to compete with, like complete to get up the ranks and things, and really the worse you are, the higher you go. So you know, these are carried out on people.
Well, like I said,
whether you want to believe it or not.
Right, so there's obviously Martin Harding, the former GMP officer, but there's like 2 or 3 officers that I speak to on Twitter. And I asked them, because I've heard of like the Freemasonry argument, and I asked them for like a personal reason as well, because I can't understand why officers get promoted. So I asked them, I says, everyone keeps saying like the Freemasonry argument. I says, but it sounds very like tin hat foil, like conspiracy theorists. I says, is there any truth in that? He goes, Freemasonry and common purpose is rife in not just police, but all establishment systems. So it is common. I mean, like up until a certain point, you had to declare, if you worked in public office, you had to declare membership, but now I think somebody overturned that rule. Now you don't have to declare it or something. But yeah, there's got to be something. Like I said, I've never experienced anything like this in my life, you know. And I thought, like, I'll move away for a couple of months. It'll be like reported, they'll investigate it, and it'll be job done. Get whatever. And it's dragged on for 40 months. I wouldn't wish it on anybody, and I hope nobody has to go through it to see it. It's far easier when you're like naive to it all. for sure. Because like I said, now if I talk to friends, like I call my friends family, but if I talk to them, like they empathize and they know I'm telling the truth, because some of them picked me up and saw me after I was released from hospital, and they saw that I was still in pain. And when I stayed over at friends, because I couldn't stay at my own house, I'd wake up in the middle of the night and having nightmares and things like that, and shit, like talking in my sleep and seeing like stuff. So they know that I've not made it up. But sometimes I talk to them and I don't have the same connection with people, because they don't understand, they don't see it. And I feel like if I were to explain it thoroughly, they'd like, you sound like a nutcase though. You know, you can't trust them all. It's the establishment against the people. You do sound crazy. So and sometimes like I can't put exactly how I feel online, because I don't want to come across as a mental woman. So I sugarcoat everything, but the actual reality is horrific, you know. I would just stop if my life depended on it now, male or female. I mean, I do believe I do believe some go into it for the right reasons, you know, but they learn very quickly.
The system won't allow them to do the good job that they hope they're going to do when they enter that field. But then there's a reason why they're pushing uniform services throughout schools now. These kids, they push them through the uniform services while they're still quite narcissistic. Do you know what I mean? They tempt them with the money and the goals and stuff, and they pit you against your fellow human being in in your own towns. That's how they work to keep us apart. And keep the corruption under covers, because they get tied into those jobs and they can't afford not to be in those jobs, if you see what I mean. So they've got them, but you know, unless you've got enough integrity to say I'm not working under those conditions, then you're going to just keep it quiet. You're just going to go, oh, well, it's none of my business, I'll stay out of that one. Do you know?
I mean, I'm probably being unfair. Like saying like they're all horrors, but the thing is, if you remain silent in the face of corruption, you're a wrong un. I mean, look, if everyone who saw the corruption got together and spoke up, there would be no corruption. But you stay quiet because your wages, your pensions, all your perks of the bloody job, you're not a
getting bullied themselves.
I mean, like, don't get me wrong, like I said, there's obviously Martin, he backed my allegations publicly. There's two or three that I speak to on Twitter, and they've gave me some valuable information, but it's just so frustrating that they don't bloody speak out. Like, they know that the corruption exists, and they've all said to me, they go, Zayna, if it's any consolation, everyone knows that you're not, like, anyone decent knows that you're not lying. But you work with sex offenders and rapists, like, and women beaters. Like, how can you, like, just? I mean, I'd quit. I couldn't stay quiet, you know. But it is what it is. But you know what? I am secretly confident, Sharon, though, because you know what? Look at how far I've come since 2021 when I met you. The progress has been immense. Do you know what I mean? So I think it's going to be a slow burner, but I do think they're going to fuck up somewhere down the line. And if they don't, you know, like how officers share footage on WhatsApp groups. I'm sure my footage is on some WhatsApp group. All it takes is one idiot to bloody anonymously send it to the press. Anything could happen. Somebody could come forward. Somebody else could come forward. So I do feel like something will happen, and I'll get them somehow, you know. I mean, there's this.
They will be trying to work out a way of making this disappear.
Yeah,
they want it all to go away, won't they?
Well, they've tried it already, haven't they? By burying evidence and then saying that the computer that the digital recordings got recorded over the top of.
Yeah, the line, you give too many excuses for the same thing, and I just found it so funny. Do you know, like when I was listening, when I had that meeting with the IOPC, and when they're saying, and I wanted to jump in, and I'm saying to myself, keep your mouth shut, keep your mouth shut. She's giving you some gold here. Let her carry on, let her carry on. And I just said, you're lying, you're a liar, you're lying. And then they're looking at each other like, why'd you call us a lie? And I went through it all, and they just look at you with a blank face, as in like, what are you going to do about it? Yes, we've lied. What are you going to do? And there is absolutely nothing you can do apart from call them out. So that's what I'm doing. And yeah, and they do hate that, because they did actually say to me, can you not post about us online? And I says, well, if you don't, they actually said, I've got that recorded as well, right? Can you not post it online? I says, I have no
shame. Hey, maybe you should get the auditing community, Smiley, to go around auditing these fucking.
Well, do you know what? It makes you think, though, doesn't it? Like, you know, like when you see these auditors going around police stations filming them, and they get dead defensive, like, what are you doing here? What you got to hide? Like, it's a building and a couple of cars. What you're trying to hide? What's happening in there that you don't want people to see? Because the reaction to everyone films stuff, everyone takes pictures. The reaction that the police have to auditors, it just, like, think about it. Why? Because there's murky shits happening behind closed doors. That's why. But yeah. So
I took a photograph outside Middlesbrough police station at 7:30 on a Friday morning. I got stopped in where was I? Down south somewhere. I can't remember exactly now. On the Bristol on the Saturday afternoon. They'd been following my car around the country because I took a photo outside the police station. It was a little silent protest. I must admit, me and my mate, we were photographing certain places with truth boards, but that was no reason to follow me right around the country, was it? Really?
No.
But they can't catch a paedophile.
Yeah.
Well, Sharon, you know what? Oh, you're not driving anymore, are you? But if you were, you could come to my next meeting with the IOPC in Burnham and fill the rest of them in. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, they're lying.
Can you imagine that?
Well, the thing is, right, like, so I always take someone different so they can, like, just to, like, raise awareness and, like, come with me and just listen to this. And they come out of it. But like I said, unless they've experienced it, they don't get this true magnitude. So I'm looking for somebody else to take for the next meeting.
When you asked me if I could go to the UKIP conference, when you were speaking at the UKIP conference, you said it's in Wales.
No.
I says, no, I'm banned.
No, I think, do you know what it is? Right. So Richard looks far right, you know, tattoos and the way he looks dead me, so he looks far right. So I track him everywhere, but he works, you know, so he can't always come. Like, so I remember going to the UKIP and I'm thinking, I'm going to be in a room and there might be like, and it's intimidating as a brown person going to an event where there's mainly white people. Like, who can I take that will be on my side if shit stuff goes sour? So I thought but it went well, to be honest. It went well. I met Dave Atherton, who's lovely. He's got a massive account on Twitter, and he's like deemed really far right, you know. So he's helped me raise awareness. He tweets something and it goes up like 20,000-30,000 views. So I've met some good people, and I've met some really bad people as well. I've met some good people. But do you know what? If I could go back, I don't regret any of this, you know. I don't even regret getting high, because I've opened up a massive can of worms for Greater Manchester Police. Because had I not got high that night, had I not got arrested, nobody would have known what was happening at Pendleton. Unfortunately, the other girls and their cases weren't the reason for the public review. It was mine. So I don't regret any of this, and I do believe I'll get somewhere with this because I've seen the progress. And you know, when I first thought about speaking out, because it's instilled in us from kids, right? You're damaged goods, you don't talk about sexual assault, and men have a right to do what they want, and it's just not the done thing. So I remember talking, and nobody wanted me to pursue this, you know. Everyone was like, Zayna, but they've sectioned you, no one's going to believe you, where are you going to get with this? There was one friend, and she goes, fucking speak. She goes, just talk and do it. And there was only one person that encouraged me. But you know, everybody that said to me not to pursue, and they've seen the progress, I think they're all glad that I didn't listen to them. And I still have people tell me now that you're not going to get anywhere. But if I didn't have that hope in me, I would have gave up ages ago. But I do feel like something will happen, because look, people are starting to wake up, like Hillsborough, the blood scandal, the post office scandal, like Pendleton scandal. Like, people are starting to see how it works. I think it's only a matter of time where out in the open.
Yeah, well, that's how I look at things, Zayna. The things that we experience are there for a reason. And when you can turn it into something more positive, like waking people up to the corruption, then, you know, you've got to thank that situation for giving you that position. And you're the warrior to do it.
I know. Do you know what? I wouldn't have thought it. Do you know, I was really shy and really private person. And I've had to do things that are really out of my comfort zone. You know, like when I see my own videos on my page and I've got to look at my own mug and I'm like, oh, your voice just shut up. But I have to do this, and I've had to like put out such personal stuff. And then there's like, I'm having to put up stuff where I'm pissed myself in the cell because I've like wet myself because I'm that scared. You know, I've got to like really degrade myself. Ask yourself, who does that for no reason? That's not like fame. If I wanted to be famous, I'd just go on OnlyFans and get my tits out. Do you know what I mean? Who's going to do this? I'm humiliating myself. And ask yourselves, why am I humiliating myself? Because I'm trying to like show you that the sex offender serving and what's happening to me is happening. And it goes to...
And what you're showing them, Zayna, is you go to whatever lengths you'll need to go to, whether it means that humiliating yourself or not. You're not stopping. You're going to show them whatever you need to get your point across. I think get the shit out of them.
Well, do you know what Channel 4 said to me? Channel 4 said to me, one of the people, because they're not all journalists, you get the cameraman, you get this person, that person, and one of them said to me, they go, GMP are really wary of you. I said, why? They go, because she used this word unbinding or unbounding or something. I didn't know what it meant. So I Googled it, and it's like somebody that has not boundaries, but like they'll go to any length. And I've come to the point where like there is nothing that I would not do to expose them. Like, think about it, listen to this carefully. I'm happy for like, well, I'm not happy about it, but I've agreed to it. Footage of me being published where I've pissed myself. I'm at 39 years of age, that footage, and I will get trolled for it, and I don't give a flying fuck, because for me, sex offenders working for Greater Manchester Police overrides that. You've abused me. I can't let that go, because I know you're going to be abusing others, and I know other people aren't going to be as lucky as me to get their voice heard, and they're not going to be as strong as me either. But yeah, so yeah, there doesn't, and as a final resort, I'll risk getting arrested and naming all of them. But honestly, do you know the name that I've texted you both? It's so hard not to fucking say it because it's in the public domain. And it's 43 years of public service when you've destroyed a young girl's life and she committed suicide. What baffles me is how these people sleep at night. You know, like sometimes my dog's behind me and I accidentally kick her when I turn around, and I feel so guilty that I've hurt her by accident. Like these people deliberately get a buzz out of it. I'll never understand that mentality. But
yeah, but I mean, doing a bit of coke 4 hours later, you know, even an hour later, you know, you're looking at doing more. You know, 4 hours later,
yeah,
you shouldn't be in that condition in a police cell. Do you know what I mean?
Who the hell falls asleep on cocaine? Do you know what I mean? I was like they're ripping my clothes off and I'm just like not waking up. Like, who does that? And then there's a 4 to 5 hour sobriety period where I'm sober and I'm fully dressed. So how the hell have I gone high again?
But even the journey in the van to the station, it should have taken 10 minutes or something, shouldn't it?
Well, right, do you know, like so bear in mind, it was early hours of the morning, it was lockdown, so there was no cars out. So where I lived, Swinton Park Road, you can Google it, I don't live there anymore, I live in Sheffield. Swinton Park Road in Salford to Pendleton Station, 6-7 minute journey. So at that time of the night, we'll give them 10 minutes, you know, just to be kind, we'll give them 10 minutes. So they placed me in the back of the van at 1:59, but I'm in the van dock at 2:19. But then first sighting of me in the cell is at 3:26. But they're trying to tell me that the cell footage is an hour ahead, so it's not over an hour gap. But I believe, like, because if I watch the van footage, I'm really sexual in that van footage at 2:19, when they pulled up in that van dock around whatever time they arrived, 2:19. I'm very sexual in that van. And that footage was only released to me in January this year, the van footage. And then I'm looking at 2:19 in the van dock, and I'm acting sexual. But then the first sighting of me is in the cell at 3:26, and I'm lifeless. And then when I wake up with no top on, I've got no memory. So I don't believe that the cell footage was an hour ahead. I just think that that's excuses. So I really, so if anybody wants to help, like I said, I'll never ask for money, just share my story. But if anybody knows an IT expert who can explain the terminology so I can get the digital forensics for these so-called corruptions, where they're saying the footage, the body one's an hour ahead, cell footage is an hour ahead, the servers crashed, so the footage doesn't exist and it never existed when it did exist, and then the custody records are falsified because the system crashed. So there was all these system crashes, all because of me, you know. If someone can explain the terminology of what I need to ask for, so they've got no room to wiggle, I'll happily pay for someone's time to explain all that as well. Yeah, so that's it. That's it.
Just fucked up. Just crazy.
Yeah.
And that's just some of the stuff that I've seen. You know, I haven't seen all of it.
Well, like I said, you know, like I mean, I'm happy for you to, like, you know, like FaceTime me one day, so I'm on the phone, and what I'll do is I'll play my self footage on the USB, and then you can see my change in presentation. I've done this with a few people, and I've just said, look, because obviously I'm watching my own footage and I know what I'm accusing people of, so I'm always going to be biased. Do you get what I mean? So I always want other people's opinion, because, like I said, I've been gaslit so much. Sometimes I'm thinking, I don't know, but yes, I've shown it. Everybody I've shown it to, they're like, yeah, you've been drugged with something there, because you've just become like gone from like being high to completely normal to high again, and you're a complete different person. After the footage cuts out, the person that I'm in the cell, I'm just completely different, you know. And I remember showing it to Rich, and he goes, like, I did something, and I remember there was people coming to the cell door because I found it amusing. They were directing me, and I was complying. And he goes to me, you don't do that. And I says, I know I don't even like that. So it's weird. I was doing shit that I wouldn't personally do, you know? So yeah, I mean, it was degrading. I don't even think it was like a sexual thing. I think it was purely humiliation and like that power and control element, because they were laughing and they found it funny, and I don't believe it was sexual. It's more power control, and there was a big deal of it was humiliation. And ironically, I'm humiliating myself to try to get it all there. So, like I said, I'm hoping when the footage is being,
that's what you're doing.
You what?
I
do scare them though. You know what? I do scare them, because I said to Andy, I go, Andy, you guys are all pissing me off. I'm going to just start naming names. And he goes, Zayna, don't do that. You know, his ears picked up, like, don't do that. So I think they know I'm a bit temperamental, because sometimes, right, if they piss me off, I think, oh, do you know what? They pissed me off. How can I get them back? And I'll just put a video up of them lying or something. And then the next day or that week, they'll email me and I'll get a positive result out of them. So like Paul and Jania's video, when I sent that to Burnham, and I said, is she on your payroll or is she on Watson's or both? So which one is it? Is that why she said what she said? He offered me a meeting. Do you know what I mean? So it's horrible. Yeah. So.
There's so much corruption. It's just.
But Smiley, thank you so much for having me on today.
No, you're welcome. Yeah, I mean, we'll keep in touch, and I'll do a follow-up as well.
Yeah, okay. Well, like I said, if you're free anytime, either of yous, I'll FaceTime her, And I'll show you me footage, because the thing is, when I've got the phone in my hand, I can show you the computer screen. I can stop and start it. But if I can just show you like the change in presentation, and then, do you know what? It's somebody that's helping reinforce what I say, because there's no benefit in either of you two lying for me. But if you want to, Sharon, if you can come to Manchester, come to see Andy with me.
What is
it? I'll tell you off
right,
because could you imagine, like, do you know that Paul Pontin, the reason he fell out with me because he wanted to meet Andy Burnham with me in September, and I says, I can't take you. I've only got one place and I'm taking another survivor. And he threw a right bitch fit because he couldn't meet Andy Burnham. I said, even I don't want to meet him. So I just, like, in case one of the crazies, because even the crazy people, you know, the ones that troll me, they'll make an effort of reading and watching everything I do and say. And you know, like, sometimes when you're talking about trauma, like, sometimes I'll talk about something and midway I'll forget. Like, so yesterday when I did that podcast, midway I've completely gone blank. I've lost trail of thought. I'm like, where was I going with this? And I'm like, I've had to say I'm sorry.
I do it all the time.
Because the thing is, sometimes when you're talking about like something that's happened to you that's not very good, your mind kind of wanders and takes you back to that place, and then you kind of get distracted. But yeah, so if I say it, I don't want like the crazy people, because I do watch and read everything I say, turning up, like, you know, like, yes. It's early July. I mean I could do a detour, I could pick you up and then pick myself.
Tobbs wants the link, Smiler.
Oh, what's Torbs going to say?
I don't know.
He never comes on my channel.
Oh, well. I don't know. Tobbs is from the auditing community.
He's from that area, isn't he?
Sorry, was that my computer that went again?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
No, Tobbs is from my area. No, bad mate.
Somebody just replied to, like, Jake's asking questions. I know Jake's come up quite a few times. Can we answer his questions?
Yeah, what's Jake said?
Jake
that's Jake. Hello, Jake.
Yeah. Sorry, do you know what? I can't focus on two things, so if I look there.
Yeah, what are you looking at?
I don't know, you asked a few questions. I just saw your name come up a few times.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, shall I go? Where did I? I'll read out the bits I put in here. So first, I just started off that I will be calm and tame in the most relevant associated bits I'll stick to. Valuable to this. Okay. I think, as I was saying, I think it's good to share the levels of awareness I have to bring perspective to what you're fighting, but I won't just jump straight into that. Then the fear bit was regarding Andrew Bridgen, and I was saying love over fear. And then I believe there are many building their confidence. This was regarding in the police, more selflessness and actual networking actions and military and Freemasonry. I'm aware of battles between good and evil in Freemasonry. I know people that are fighting corruption that have been helped and threatened, you know, by good and bad Freemasons. It'll be worth speaking to Gary Waterman, ex-policeman. He has his channel, Gary Waterman.
Nice one, Smiler. Sorry, mate.
I'll put a link in for that. So Gary did a Hampstead child abuse inquiry. He only found out about this Hampstead case actually only about 6 months ago. His missus stumbled across it on TikTok, which was amazing. So this case is still going on. I was saying that loads believe, and it's what you were saying about people who ridicule you online. So loads do believe, and it's the loud, ignorant minority that shout back and cause confusion. Many of these are actually paid opposition. You know, they're counter opposition / trolls and / paedophile police. You know, so I'll try not to say that word too much. And then the child abuse investigation team in Barnet, Hampstead, is run massively compromised by Philia. Yeah, and then I was just asking, are you aware of the case at all yourself?
No, I've not heard of it. Who was the person that you said to follow?
Gary Waterman.
Gary Waterman.
He mainly, he's done like separate.
And he's on YouTube.
Yeah, it's just under Gary. But if you type in Gary Waterman, it comes up with he's just got a blue background, I think, with the letter G. It's just Gary. But it's very. You'll see all sorts of like part 1, part 2. There's Sunak, there's Keir Starmer. Interestingly, you're talking about the credibility clause that's brought in about anybody, any involvement with any for services which they can slander, or libel, or whatever the term is. He's done so. Keir Starmer supposedly, but I'm trying to find the actual root of this. But a colleague I'm working with, she's got the proof. I'm sure I totally believe her. She said it's he brought in the credibility clause. So if a child had, like say, petty crime, stolen from a shop and been caught when they were 15, they were then deemed uncredible as a witness. And lots of these children are obviously through the care system, trafficked, and everything else. So yeah, that's about caught up with me. So yeah, Gary Waterman, I could talk for hours on this, like you have. You say you've only done 1% of your case in 2 hours, so it's 5% or whatever. So yeah, it's
Jake, sorry to be rude, mate, because I haven't got long, mate. Can I just
mate.
talk in 2 seconds, mate? Sorry to be rude. So the last who's been up to date telling the story, I heard your story when you were on Michelle C's, right? Now, like Binksy said, Binksy there, I'm an auditor. I don't know if you know what that is.
Yeah,
right? I go out video and plays, right? But I haven't been out for a while. And then I've seen you on Smiles tonight. I haven't really listened to much, if I'm honest. But it makes me want to pick the camera back up and go to Manchester.
If you do, can you do an audit at Pendleton? Because nobody will go there. I think 1 or 2 have done it ages ago, but nobody will do a recent one on them. It'd be interesting to do a recent one on that station, because I think they'd get really, really defensive, because I don't believe that they've changed. I still think there's murky shit happening behind closed doors, because it's the officers that were working there in my case are still working there. And then post my case, there was a bucket of water incident as well. It'd be interesting if you did.
I will go. I'll go, and I know a lad, an auditor.
Don't go by yourself though, because they will pounce.
Yeah, I'll get one of my mates to come who's from Manchester as well, at auditor. But yeah, it makes me want to pick the camera up, and so I might pick the camera back up after seeing you again tonight. So how's the case going? Are you any further forward? Because I haven't listened to much tonight.
But they're still covering up, but I've now got the mayor admitting that there's something not quite right. But the IOPC are now on record lying. So at the moment, what I'm trying to do is, so when I made the subject access request trying to get the footage, nobody knew about my case, and they've managed to say it existed, then it became corrupted, and now they're saying it never existed. But the falsified custody records are basically saying that a system went out. Now, somebody gave me an idea. It was actually Rob Warner from Crime Bodge. He said, Zayna, just make another subject access request now that your case is more high profile and people know. That puts pressure on the officials. Get them to prove that there were this many system failures. The servers went down, hence the footage is corrupted. The computer system went down, hence the reason the falsified records. Get them to prove by giving you a digital footprint. So at the moment, what I'm trying to look for is somebody that has an IT background that can explain the terminology, because the solicitors don't even know the bloody terminology. To tell me what I need to ask for, so I can make the request bulletproof for them to maneuver. And I think I've got them. It proves that they've lied, because there was no system crash. There was no system failure. There was no corrupt footage. That's just excuses that they've used not to give footage. So if I ask for the digital footprint, they're not going to be able to provide me with one. And it further supports what I've been saying. But I've got the mayor on record, like I said, admitting that something's not quite right. They have lied across the board. Then I've got the idiots of the IOPC who have completely messed it up. There's further media coverage coming out in the next weeks. I believe one next week and in the coming weeks. So there's more stuff about my case coming out. Because it's not everything.
If you want any information, that you can throw at them, questioning them, whatever. If you do audit, then I can put you in touch with Zayna.
Yeah, I'm gonna. It might take me a month or two. but because I'm up in the northeast, me, Zayna, so
yeah,
I'll definitely do it. But I'll probably forget the police station, Bingsy, because I've only got 2 brain cells. I mean, fucking memory shit. So you'll have to remind me more.
Yeah, well, like I say, any bits of insider information you need if you wanted to go there, do you know, sort of you can to challenge them with, then I'll get you in touch with Zayna.
Well, I actually know another guy that wants to go down to Pendleton, and I do believe safety in numbers because they're horrific. And like I said, I do believe that they're still doing what they're doing because they're not going to have sacked all the people that were on shift when I was there, and they're all complicit because they knew what was happening and they did nothing. So I do believe the issues are still happening, but the way that they get really defensive when auditors go and do these audits around police stations. What's wrong about taking a picture or a video of a station in a car? That's what everybody does that now. People take pictures of the food. Why do they get so defensive? And it's not just Greater Manchester Police, it's all the police forces. There must be something that they're trying to hide there, you know, because it's perfectly legal to film and record, but they overreact to it. Why?
I've just messaged the computer expert.
I've got a civil claim actually against Greater Manchester Police as well. Well, I've got 2.
You see, they're wrong, and that's another person that's got cases against them. You know, so they're not a good force, and they're the second biggest force. So, and they cover a massive area, so they reach and the people that they've got access to. That it's a lot of people, and that's what I find worrying. So I think the more people that are aware that Greater Manchester Police are wrong, and it could potentially help keep people safe. Do you get what I mean? Do you mind me asking what the civil cases are for?
Yeah, so one, I got locked up doing the audit at Longside Police Station, and they used something against me from Middlesbrough Police Station to keep me and produce me at court, which was unlawful. And then the second one, I'd been to Manchester to pick my stepson up. His nana was dying. I got pulled at the side of the road on the motorway. They ended up folding me up like a deck chair, arresting me for Section 5, then let me go down the road and didn't even make a record of it. There's not even a record that I got arrested, you know. So yeah, that's the 2 civil claims I've got. I'm going to phone Solicitor on Monday actually. That's 2 civil claims I've got against Greater Manchester Police.
Well, good luck with that, because you know what, every time I hear somebody's beat them, I get dead happy, you know, because it just feels like I'm not a personal win, but it's just, yeah, I absolutely hate that police force.
So if I'm not wrong, Zayna, aren't you using a firm in Middlesbrough, a solicitor called Watson and Woodhouse?
I was.
No, she's not taking it to court, Tobbs. She's just making it public. She wants to.
I'll be honest with you. When I was using Watson Woodhouse, that was around the time I went to Middlesbrough because I was dropping the files off. I wanted to drop in person, so that's when I went to Binksy's house, and I used them for a good few months, but I found them too lenient. They were buying into all Greater Manchester Police's excuses for not giving the footage. So then when I spoke to the Maggie Olivers Foundation, they recommended me a dodgy firm in Bolton, who I believe were compromised. So it's completely put me off solicitors. But a couple of people have said, like Sharon said, and then Rob said that they tried to get me on with Ian Gould. But I'm going to be honest, when you make a decision and you just feel at peace with that decision.
Yeah.
When I think of lawyers and using the very system that abused me to get justice, to me sounds like mental. So for me, the only work to date is calling them out publicly. Like every positive result that I've got is by calling them out publicly. So why would I stop doing that? And the thing that I found with solicitors is they've all said, oh, if we take you to your son, you're not allowed to talk about it. Why would I stop talking about it when that's the thing that's worked for me? There's just happened. So I'm following my heart. I'm probably not doing it the right way. But the thing is, everybody follows, and I did it myself, followed the official processes. They didn't work. So for me, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. It's not going to happen. I know so many people that are navigating the same system that I'm navigating, and they're all doing the same thing. And it's never worked for anybody else. Why is it going to work for them? So I want to try something different. If I fuck up, at least I know I've done the best that I personally can, and I followed my heart with everything. But I want to take a chance by trying it a different way. And so far, my way has worked. The others in the review didn't get the public review. I got the review. They've not got an IOPC investigation. I've got an IOPC investigation. They've followed the system down to a T like I used to. And I'm still following it. I'm still doing it. But the thing is, I'm documenting my journey. And when they say to me, don't, I says, you can't tell me not to speak. I says, because speaking out, like Twitter started off like a little journal, you know, like just like talking about it. And then it started to become raising awareness as well, you know, and that they watch everything I do. And I find it quite therapeutic knowing that they watch it thinking, shit, what you going to say next? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Horrible.
Are you using Watson Woodhouse?
Well, back in the early 90s, Watson Woodhouse was the best solicitor in Middlesbrough. And when I
think they're still good. I think they're still good. But they did a popular case in Manchester called the Yusuf Maki case. So he was like a working class kid who got into a posh school, and he was murdered by the rich kids. And obviously the rich kids' families were affiliated with Burnham. It all got covered up. So they did that case, but I just found them too lenient because they said to me they weren't aggressive enough for me liking. Oh, Jim people said that they're working on it. They just need a few more weeks. I'm like, I requested it in February, we're in October. Right, do you know what I mean? So yeah.
I don't think they're as good as they used to be back in the day, because they ended up being like one of the biggest solicitors in Middlesbrough, to be fair.
I think when they get bigger and they're not a little family-run business, I don't think they have the same level of care and attention.
They haven't. That's it. They haven't.
And as well, I don't know.
They get bought off as well, don't they? That's what happens. They get bought off.
I just find it nonsensical to like navigate the very system that fucked me over to then think that they're the ones that are going to get me justice. Like the IOPC are saying, trust me. I said, no, you fucked me over in 2021. You've done nothing in 2024 but lie. Why am I going to trust you? Zayna, don't speak. You're going to prejudice the investigation. So my rule of thumb is, if they tell me to go left, I'm going to go right. So they're telling me not to speak, so I'm speaking, you know? And I'll be honest, every time the two firms that I had, they never seemed bothered. It never panicked GMP. The most I've seen them panic is when there's another story coming out and them trying not to get it to come out. And that is like, I know I'm getting somewhere because they're panicking. That's the only thing that panics them.
Yeah.
The IOPC piss in the same fucking pot as the police anyway.
Yeah. They just delay you, don't they? That's all.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Go on, Smile.
I've just done a quick search online. Right now, Greater Manchester Police use a company called Bedrock for all their CCTV and ANPRs, right? And it's a digital cloud-based system. So where they're saying that the footage is missing, it would be on the cloud, because Bedrock, which is spelled BEDROQ, they do all Greater Manchester Police capture for CCTV. So it's all backed up to a separate server.
There you go. It's the fucking lie. They're lying. But you know what gets really frustrating? I've been raising awareness and I've been saying that it's not corrupted, it exists. And people are like, oh, but your footage got corrupted. I'm like, it didn't. That's a lie. They're lying to cover it up. There's nothing wrong with that footage. Like GMP have done at least 2 to 3 investigations into my case, right? And you know, when you investigate someone's case, you never work off the master copy, the original copy. You work off copies of the master copy. So 10 GMP officers allegedly viewed the footage to say that there was no corruption. There should be numerous working copies, so fuck the server corruption. Where's the working copies of this sort? Do you know what I mean? They're lying. None of the excuses. That footage exists. They've got it. They just don't want to part with it because they know that what I'm saying is true. And I actually undermine my allegations by saying sexual assault, you know, drug and sexual assault, because the memories that I've got are not good. But yeah, so let's see.
Well, it's like my CCTV at the workshop, right? Now, if it pinged off, it would send me a message to my phone, and I could just log in and then just see why it pinged off in the nighttime. Yeah. Now, that was digital recorded to a hard drive, and it was also going straight to a cloud. Yeah. So I could log into the cloud at any time and see what's going on in the workshop or outside the workshop. And all that there was all backed up. And then it was then backed up to a hard drive that if I wanted to give a piece of that footage to the old Bill, say I had a robbery or something had been damaged outside, yeah, I could just plug in the USB stick, burn off a copy to the USB, and then hand it to the police as evidence. So
yeah,
how they're saying they haven't got a hard copy or whatever, you know, or when they burned off the discs for you and one of the discs got corrupted, so they had to forensic analyze it to get the information off of it to give you that bit of information. It's all bollocks because it's all in the cloud.
Prior to them telling me that, there was 13 people, including the deputy mayors and Dean Vera Baird, saying that the entire footage existed. So, like I said, they've changed their story 3 times.
Well, they changed their story with Sky News because Sky News came up with that document, said there was footage, we reviewed the footage, we've supplied the footage, and then in the next breath they said, no, there was no footage.
Yeah, but this is the thing, that their lies are in the public domain. The lie about the strip search, the lie about the footage corruption, them lies are in the public domain. And then I'm adding additional stuff, hoping that people can see that there's a massive cover-up at play. And you've got to question why there's a massive cover-up at play. And I'll tell you why. If I manage to get a result out of this, you know there's going to be hundreds and hundreds of Zaynas coming out saying, me too, me too, me too, me too. And do you know what? For men that are watching this, right? So in the Baird review, right? So the original Sky piece was me and two women. But there's now 15 people in this stupid whitewash review. And there's men as well. But obviously they want to stay anonymous. So stuff like that I'm talking about isn't just a female issue. It does happen to men. But imagine if you were like abused in custody or something weird happened to you. Chances are as a bloke, you're not going to want to talk about it. It's easier for women to talk about stuff like this than it is men. But men have actually come forward. So it's not just a female issue. It does affect men. Maybe not. So.
Yeah, you actually brought back a memory. I remembered the bit where I tried taking Nottingham police. I got the CCTV footage of them punching me out unconscious in the town centre. But I forgot. I can't remember if it was the next week because they grabbed me. It was during that Occupy movement when people had the tents out in the street. You sure saw it, over the banks and the corruption and stuff. I'm sure that was in Manchester and main cities. But so they got me the next Saturday as well. And I can't remember which one it was. But they strip searched me, one of them, but they did it all of a sudden last minute. Like they were going to take me this way. And all of a sudden these two, I'm pretty sure it was men by memory. Yeah, it was 2 men because it was the ones that come and scared me, originally taking me. And they went to just grab me all of a sudden down the corridor. Was going, we're going to search you. And I was like, no, that officer there said he was going to take me that way. And I had my foot up against the door. And like on one door, then I kicked another door open. And I was like, these two are fucking going to do something to me. Like they're not following procedure. And then in the end, there was some good, maybe, police. Instead of these two taking me in there by themselves, maybe with another one watching, I think there was like 10, 12, 13 coppers actually watching the strip search out of whether it was their conscience or...
Well,
yeah, I don't know.
I mean, like when they do strip searches, a lot of the times, okay, I do understand that you've got to do strip search if you if there's like if they think that you're concealing a weapon or drugs or whatever. But the majority of cases where I know people have been like strip searched is just to teach them a bloody lesson. And I remember this one guy telling me, and I think he felt comfortable telling me because he was anonymous online. Do you get what I mean? So when he was sending me a DM, I didn't know who he was, and I think he just needed to offload. And he said, I remember the office day. He was clearly taking the piss, and he goes, "Do you know when they make you squat?" And I said, "Well, I don't remember squatting because they didn't make me do that because I was unconscious." But
he was unconscious.
I was unconscious, so they didn't make me squat. But he says I squatted, and he goes, the officer deliberately, like you would swipe a card, deliberately, really invasively went like that, as in like, what the fuck are you gonna do? Now to me, that's sexual assault. Like you're getting someone to squat kind of thing.
Say that bit again, sorry. I can't trying to
getting somebody to squat so to see if they've got anything
That's
hidden.
what they did. That's what they did.
Yeah. But what this officer's done is like then swiped his hand between, like, why do you even need to do that? You've got him to squat. It was just to kind of show the power dynamic, like we're in charge here. And like I said, majority of the time it's a humiliation and a power and control thing. This was somebody that told me this online, and it does happen to men because the organisation that I mentioned earlier on in London, Women Against Rape, they mentioned that they've heard of like men being abused, but men don't come up as much, and it does happen to men. So, like I said, it doesn't take much to get on the wrong side of the police. They could just take a liking or a disliking to you, whichever way you want to see it, and it could be you next, you know.
I lied about having some a little bit of weed on me, and then they did this very clever thing. So in the town, I was sitting in my seat in the car, and they've been trained obviously between them, because at the weekend it's like there's ones that I know that they come in from other counties, so they won't be from Nottingham. They'll come in and they volunteer to come and do the town, you know, patrol the drunks and all that. So I guess they probably take drugs, you know, they take the drugs off people and probably do them and get away with the test or whatever. But either way, it may just be the power. It may just be, you know, these people are like big drugs.
I do think it's the power and control thing with the strip searches, because literally everybody that's in this public review has said that there was no need to strip search them. They had nothing on them, and the police just used stupid rationales to do them strip searches. I mean, on the night in question, I was wearing a tight pair of skinny jeans, a tight white top. You could literally see if I had anything with me, you know, or on me. The clothing was that tight, so they didn't have to that.
What was I only came in earlier.
Well, they didn't strip search you. They just cut your clothes. Well, you know, cut your they cut your intimate clothing off, and then left you with a pair of shorts with a leather belt and no top on.
Well, the thing is, like I said, 219 in the back of the van. First sighting of me in custody in the cell is 326. Where what happened in between that period? Because I was acting sexual in the van, but they're telling me they're telling me 326 was actually 226 because the cell footage is an hour ahead. I don't believe the lies. There's just too many. So this is why I need, if anybody knows, like I said, a legal expert that can explain the terminology of how servers and police systems work.
Surely they wouldn't be allowed to have the wrong time, would they? For evidence sake.
No, because at 3:10, she was supposed to be Cosmos Mentis and was speaking to a medical professional.
But the thing is, but they're saying the records are not accurate. They're saying, because none of their story makes sense. They're saying the records aren't accurate because that computer system crashed. There was an outage. Do you get what I mean?
That's what I was going to come back to, the cloud system, that there needs to be some sort of record that paper would be easier for them to fraud with Photoshop and stuff.
Well, the thing is, the digital,
but not necessarily recorded, but there should be a record of it not reaching the cloud.
Well, they can actually amend records after they've been written or when they've been written, actually go back. But what I'm trying to say is, anything that you do in a digital format leaves a digital footprint, so it never erases. So if I send a text message threatening to kill Smiley, and then I delete it and the police confiscate my phone. It's still there somewhere. There's ways to retrieve it. I need the
there's always a digital footprint.
Yeah, because like the body warn's an hour ahead, the cell footage is an hour ahead, the system crashed because that's why the custody records are falsified. The servers got corrupted, hence the reason there's missing footage. There's too many different stories that they've gave about this multi-million-pound computer system, and I'm not willing to believe their word for it. So I want them to prove it to me, and the only way that I can get them to prove it to me is to give me the digital footprint. But I don't want to go and write a subject access request and say give me the digital footprint, because they'll just like they'll laugh it off. But if I write a thorough one and saying I need and use all the fucking IT expert terminology, records and whatnot, there's no way that they can't give me that information, because I'm only asking for that information in relation to my data, not any Tom, Dick and Harry's, but regarding my data. I know there was no system outage. I know there was no server corruption. I know the footage wasn't out. They're just the bullshit lies they're making to make up for the missing footage and to make up for all the lies that they've told. But the weird thing is, all the lies that they're telling to cover up, they're tripping up because they don't make sense. They're making it worse. Every time they open their gobs, they're making it worse. But like I said, it's just, if I can make this subject access request, I know I can have public pressure, to show that I've made another request, that they've said that the system's corrupt. So Zayna's asked for proof that the system's corrupt, and now the police won't part with the proof that the system corrupted. So everybody will then know that there was no corrupt system. So in a sense, that's another way of proving that I was sexually assaulted. Why lie so much? And yeah, so I think that's what it is. That's what I'm trying to do.
They just got brazen. I think they just got so brazen, and
they get away with it.
But also, I think, you know, when somebody decides to go down the evil path, they have to shut off like reality, don't they? They have to create a false sense of reality for themselves. Hope that the lies or the fear confuses and oppresses people enough that their lies kind of seep through, and that's what's been going on for decades, you know, hundreds of years. But if you do check my channel, it'd be really great. It's Jake Loves. I'll put it in the back here, actually. My YouTube channel.
Well, do you know what I'm doing? I'm putting the names in like group chat just so I can go back and I know what I've saved. What is it, chat?
Binksy, listen, I'm going to jump out, right? Stay in touch, mate, and I'll definitely go and build that PlayStation at Manchester 100,000,000%.
Thank you so much.
I can link you up once you need to be. That's fine.
Nice one, right? And good luck,
Zayna.
Yeah, but talk. Wait a sec. Just check my channel if you can. If you're
I will.
Matt Smith wants to know how you think the drug was administered, the knockout drug. You know, from getting out of the house to in the van and
in the water.
The memory. I believe it was in the cups of water, and I remember the custody shorts were used at one point as well, and they had some weird smell on it, and it was a very like chemically smell. So I don't know if anybody's ever tried poppers, but it was like chemically smell like poppers, but it wasn't poppers, if that makes sense, on the shorts. And that's the only thing that they removed from the cell, and that's the memory I told South Yorkshire Police, and then that memory was in the footage when I got it, them taking them shorts out. The rest of the cell stayed as it was.
What about when you got into the station? You know, the bit where they've took you in and you don't know what you.
I don't know. The thing is that the allegations that I've made are like to say that I was drugged during the two corrupted hours, so the 10 a.m. and the 1 p.m. And the reason why I've never said the Van Dock and the in between the Van Dock and thing, because I've got no memory recall of it, and I don't want to lie, because I can't remember it. I physically, I remember everything from the house. I don't remember the journey, even though I've seen the video footage of the journey. I don't physically remember the journey. I don't remember the strip search period, so I don't want to say this is how it was done, because I just don't remember that period. There's a blackout period from that period. I don't remember.
Well, you know, there's that thing in
good night, guys. I've got to go. Good night.
See you later, Tom.
Thank you. Good luck with your cases. Thank you.
Thank you, and good luck, Zayna.
Thank you. You too.
So yeah, the idea that the idea that these people wouldn't have their hands available to that devil dust in
Well,
South America, you know, devil dust, where you can just go up beside someone and they're out cold for what, 4 hours.
Well,
They'll do everything you say. They'll walk. You can walk them to their, you know, get all their shit. They'll give you all their shit from their house and stuff like, under this drug, apparently.
I mean, just to give an idea without going into details, because I don't really like to go into details of what I remember in it happening. But in my medical records, there is entries where, like, I was talking about chemsex parties, and I do remember there being drugs, and I do remember I wasn't the only one taking drugs, and it was when I was talking to the staff and trying to make sense of what I was remembering, because they've wrote stuff like Zayna's mentioned chemsex on a number of occasions. When prompted for further information, she's gone quiet off, like changed the subject. She's mentioned rape, but then she's changed subject, you know, because I was in there. I was traumatized to the point of, like, when I was in the seclusion unit, like, so 8 a.m. in the morning to 8 p.m. in the evening, you've got the doctors and nurses with the odd care staff. But from 8 p.m. at night to 8 a.m. in the morning, you mainly have the care staff, like, with the odd nurse and doctor, but not as many as the daytime. And the care staff, I believe they were agency, but they were black people. And then they were wearing dark clothing. So when I was traumatized in the 2 days I was in seclusion, I was seeing these dark figures, and my brain was processing it as GMP officers, and I was freaking out at them. So I was deeply traumatized at that point. But like I said, the hospital report does mention the type of things I was talking about. And the hospital report also says things like, we believed Zayna's belief that she was drugged and raped seems the whole ward is the opinion that this isn't a delusional belief based on her ongoing pain symptoms, i.e. the rectal bleeding and the vaginal bleeding. I mean, like, if the hospital thought that I was delusional in thinking, they wouldn't have reported it to the sexual assault referral centre. Do you get what I mean? And passed me on to the department that could do the FME, like the forensic medical examination.
It feels to me that, you know, you said your intuition was telling you to not get involved, not try and pursue solicitors and do that route that just fails every time. Because I'm working very closely with the mother of these two children. When you see them speak, it's two brother and sister, 8 and 9 years old, half Russian. The mother's Russian, and she got groomed by, firstly, a banker, UK. Went over to Russia, picked her up, and then she got groomed by an actor, very bad actor, like Z-rate movies, like, thankfully, because even BBC interviewed him for 23 minutes trying to clear his name after this. They call it a satanic cult. The children they're quoted to say strange religion or weird culture. So they're very articulate. The 9-year-old girl, the 8-year-old boy is a lot more, very just what's the word when you just very open and forthcoming, but he's very arrested development educationally because of the sexual abuse. It affects boys, I think, a lot more because it's such a.
How old are they now?
The boy just turned 18 last Saturday, so we could go exactly.
I was going to say because I remember seeing the footage of those children years ago, and I thought, well, I know they were.
Oh, is this the, like, little blonde kids, like, and they look very withdrawn, like they've got dark eyes, and it's like
we're talking about being abused in the school with the teachers and taking them to certain places. Yeah,
it's very eerie footage, like, you kind of like quite haunting to watch, isn't it? I think
they're forced to kill babies, and the human baby.
Yeah, they're talking about killing.
There's a channel on Telegram that I've seen that on.
A channel? Yeah. What? Sorry, what's the?
On Telegram, so, do you know, like, when you're just looking at it, because sometimes when I read, like, you know, the conspiracy type of shit, it's kind of comforting because they kind of, like, speak about the stuff that you've kind of experienced, whilst normal people who haven't, they just don't get it. So I
remember hearing about a woman that was exposing the Welsh satanic ritual abuse that was going on there, and they put her inside, but they said she was really ill with rheumatoid arthritis and stuff, and they were campaigning to get her out. Neely, I think she was called. Neely or something like that.
Oh, there was another whistleblower as well, Melanie Shaw, who's now out.
Nilu Berry, yes.
Nilu, that's it.
Melanie Shaw, she didn't believe it at first. She thought that the idea that this many was it the amount of children that were named, 72 children are named. There's actually like 7 schools, like basically every primary school in Hampstead has got a level of involvement. One is totally run by the paedophiles, head teacher, adjoining church, and then you got the caretaker, you got the priest, you got his priest's wife, you got every single teacher year 4 down to year 1. The children give a slight unclearness of whether all the nursery staff are involved or not. So, but it's irrelevant at this stage.
Yeah, I think, you know, with like when you experience it, like I said, I'm a grown woman, and yesterday when I was speaking, I lost trail of thought like twice. So for a lot of kids, and when they're still developing, your mind's kind of like fight or flight, and you have like coping mechanisms, and you shut yourself off from that trauma, and unless you've suffered trauma, you're not going to understand it. So that, you know, when they're not clear, it's probably part of their coping mechanism where they've blocked it out. I mean, if you've been abused by a number of people, eventually you don't no longer, you kind of try to distance yourself from it, so you kind of switch off, so you no longer see a person, you no longer see a face, it's just another person just abusing you, you know. You kind of try.
On top, they're injected in the neck. They write a list of children name which children are okay with the sex, you know, have been groomed enough that, because many, basically a core of them, both the parents are involved. There's many that both, it's an intergenerational thing. They train the girl even says that real penises don't hurt. Even the men often use plastic willies. I don't know if we use these terms online, but so they want it to hurt. So it is a trauma-based mind control methodology as well. It's about making them feel, but also like this trauma bonding. So then they're also really nice and give them stuff and give them some of the money, even when they're being sold for £50 sex for an hour, many times a day. They're being given a £10 out of it sometimes as well. They're being given sweets to chew on, that the teachers know which of all their favourite sweets are. So they give them, like, you know, chewy sweets or whatever to chew on while they're being raped and things like that.
Your development phase is up until the age of 7, isn't it? So if that's all you know, it becomes normal to you. Do you know what I mean? You don't know any difference, and you become programmed to believe that's normal.
Well, and also, so I didn't say, they get injected, sedated in the neck if they cry too much when they're being raped. But also
and it's personality as well before the age of 7. If it's a mental impact of that raping. They're more compliant when they've got a split personality.
The boy also describes being, his dad's got a big bag of white powder, puts it into smaller packets, puts it on the back of his hand like that, as we all know. Well, can you see my hand? Yeah. And then he says he puts a bit there, and he describes the whole method, and then his dad puts a mountain on his own hand, you know, on the dad's own hand, and he says like, and then he describes lager, wine, red wine, white wine, describes the difference, you know, the taste difference between the 3 of them. The effects, how it makes them swear. I think like the alcohol or the coke, or whether it's coke or whatever, I don't know. But then the hair samples conveniently got lost before the court hearing. The court hearing was meant to go through the local council, and it went straight to the High Court, Royal Courts of Justice, to the Family Division, and it was a criminal case. I mean, the boy even says my dad's got pictures of him doing sex to me at the age of a baby. You know, it's 8 years old, and my dad showed me pictures of him doing sex to me as a baby. And that's instant sees, you know, that's PACE code G, sees a criteria for arrest. Loads.
I will have a look into that. I've not actually heard of it. I did watch the videos, but I think when I saw the videos, it was at a stage where I was still learning the process, and I thought, it's a bit of a conspiracy kind of thing, you know. When, you know, you go through this stage, you think, it's borderline conspiracy theories, it can't be real, because I was still learning the processes. But I do believe stuff like that now, because
I think you can only take on so much as well, Zayna. When you're dealing with what you're dealing with, you've got to focus.
feel like you're going mad. It's like you go down this rabbit hole, and then you've got to stop yourself from going even further, because you would then appear to be bloody crazy. And I think so a lot of people have gone crazy, because sometimes I get, and I don't dispute anybody that, like, you can tell when somebody's genuinely being abused, when the way that they message you and when you exchange your messages, because there's certain things that they're saying, you can tell the ones that have genuinely been through it. But that they're so fucked up now, they'll never ever kind of be able to fight it or get justice, because they've become so paranoid and deluded. Like, I've got a few that'll say that they're targeted individuals and the microwaves electrocuting them, and the government's implanted chips in their heads, and they've completely lost it by this stage. But that's what trauma does to you, and you've got to stop yourself from going too deep down that rabbit hole, or you will become like the ones that think that the microwave is electrocuting you and stuff like that. And it's really sad to see.
But then they're not too far from the truth in some cases. Yeah. So you can't dismiss anything with, I just think that there's an element of truth in a lot of things that we find crazy, but I've found that you've got to go beyond belief to actually accept what really goes on.
I know. I think that sometimes I think everybody's got their limits. So like I said, I wish I could go back to the rose tinted glasses stage, and they're the ones that are kind of safe. So I've got a cut off point, and I know that there's more, but I just don't want to go down that route, because I want to stay safe whilst pursuing this.
The other side of that is feeling. I'm glad I'm on the outside of that. I'm glad I'm seeing it from the other side now. I'm glad I can see what really goes on. I wouldn't want the rose-tinted glasses. I couldn't live in that sort of world. I like to know what's going on, and
I know,
so I can avoid it.
Life's prettier though, isn't it, when you think everything's good, But like I said, going too deep into it, because I know the corruption goes even deeper than what I'm aware of. I don't want to go down that far, because I've got to stay.
You've got to have a limit. Yeah, you've got to focus.
Can I raise a point on that one? Ismaila, were you going to say something? I was just going to respond to that as well.
I was going to say that Zayna's got too much on to start going down different rabbit holes as well. And
because could you imagine me saying this on the mainstream media interviews? They'll be like, she's fucking bonkers. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
The mainstream outlets aren't the viewers aren't ready for that, because like I said, when I say I was drugged and sexually assaulted in custody, and I'm hoping a lot of you can read between the lines, I actually undermine my allegations. And I'll tell you what I actually told Sky, and they recorded it. So when I met Andy Burnham in September last year, it was the first meeting, and they actually recorded the meeting, and I gave them an interview, and I got pretty close to one of the journalists, and I says, look, you believe me when I say that? I says, shall I just say it, and if you can use it and it gets passed by your legal team, then use it. Just fuck it, I'll just say it. So she said yeah. So they have got this on record, and I've got it on record because I had Richard record the interview. So Richard was filming it, so the camera people are in it. And I said, had my friends Richard and Terry not turned up at the 37-hour mark, I believe I would have been a death in custody. And I genuinely believe that had two white males not turned up at the 37-hour mark, I wouldn't have been shipped out at the 40-hour mark into a psych ward. I do think that I would have gone in there, and that's my genuine belief. And I asked for the audio, because the audio in itself told a story. No audio, I've asked for the footage. It's corrupted. The records are falsified. Well, like I said, there's only so far. So that when I said the media decided not to use that clip, they go, look, Zayna, you'd just be grateful that the sexual assault is out, because the people aren't willing to believe things like this happen. But look into the deaths in custody. They're all these young people, and I can't put into words what I've experienced, but I don't like to talk about what I experienced in the cell, because I can't prove it. I tend to focus on what I can prove. They've lied about the they've lied about the strip search. They're like, I can prove all that, so I talk about that.
Don't give them any reason to try to discredit you for anything, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, any skeletons that I had, I made sure that I put out there first. I admitted I was on coke. prior to media stuff. I admitted to my background, my former occupation and things like that. So there's absolutely no dirt and nothing that they can say or do that could discredit me or make me look like a bad person, because I've admitted to my flaws. I've admitted that I'm not perfect. I've never hurt anybody. Maybe my lifestyle choices were questionable, but like I said, I'm not a criminal in any respect. Any interactions that I had with the police was always as a victim of a crime, not as a perpetrator. So I just think on paper I was just the perfect target. And a lot of women that are targeted by the police, they all tend to be victims of domestic violence. They seem to know what they like to go for, the vulnerable people. So if you're a victim of domestic violence, you're perfect, because every woman that's got a complaint against the police that I'm aware of has a domestic violence background. So yeah.
And also you live in a nice house with a nice car on your own, doing all right for yourself. Do you know what I mean? And it's like you said, it was like a humiliation thing. It was like a bringing you down, wasn't it?
Do you know what? I can honestly say that I probably earned, at the time, I earned more than all them officers. Do you know what I mean? And I had you can Google the property. I don't live there, so don't turn up there if you are one of the stalkers that are watching. But it's 173 Swinton Park Road. So it's a 4-bedroom semi, garage, front garden, back garden, absolutely immaculate from inside. I drove like the latest German car, right? So I was doing okay, and I think a lot of people when they meet me, before they get to know me, they assume that I'm younger than what I am. I'm almost 40, so I do feel like it was more of a humiliation thing, and it was the fact that it's a perfect, like, no one's gonna, like, there's no family who's gonna, like, but then they weren't expecting 2 white blokes turning up, like a highly educated Australian bloke and somebody from like South Yorkshire turning up and kicking up a fuss. Like, where is she? We want to know. Like, we've only managed to track her down, and they tracked me down at the 37-hour mark. I mean, what I did was, so Richard, Terry, and another friend were the first 3 people that see me when I came out of hospital. And as the time goes along, people's memories fade, so they all wrote me a statement describing was like what happened when they went to the police station, and like I said, these like 3 other people that saw what I was like when I came out of hospital. I was still struggling to walk. Even when I sat down, it hurt to sit down. One of my friends gave me a bath because I said I was sore. But when I said I was sore, I think she thought that I meant I had aches and pains. But when I said sore, I meant sore in down below. And she put me in a bath, and she did it with good intentions. She put salt and lemon in the bath, to kill infection. It's an Asian thing, but you put lemon, salt in the bath, and my God, when I say it bloody stung, it stung. But it's just things like that. So all that is unwritten statements, and like, people aren't gonna lie. One was a former pilot, one's an engineer, and one's working for the NHS. So these type of people aren't gonna lie for me. But yeah. So yeah. So is there any questions or
No.
Cool. But thank you once again, Smiler, for having me on. I'll probably jump off now because, do you know what? Right, it's Richard's day off, and I've just he's in the bedroom, like, and I said, "Oh, it'll only be an hour." And we're what, like 4.5 hours?
4.5 hours later.
Yeah. So I've taken the mick a little bit, so I'll have to apologise. But yeah, thank you for having me on, and can I just say thank you to everybody that's tuned in to have a listen.
No, I think you're really courageous.
Thank you.
It just the stuff that you've sent. There's so many holes in the stuff that you've sent me.
Yeah, but that's not everything, though. This is the thing.
No.
So there's actually more media coverage as well. There's others, but they're just smaller bits where, like that police minister spoke out, and the other officials, Andy Burnham's, gave interviews and things like that. But if you watch everything, you will see that my story, and bear in mind, I'm the one that had the memory loss. I was the one that was drugged. Yeah, my story is bulletproof compared to theirs, you know. Like I said, sometimes when I've gave interviews, I've kind of lost trail of thought, and you know, and sometimes I've got like an hour wrong or something, you know, the time when I'm like saying two, do you know what I mean? And but nothing said is a lie, you know. But what they've done is blatantly lied, and I've got an apology letter that can be seen on my Twitter page where they've admitted to lying on national television. So, and people like I'm still the one that has to justify that I'm not the one lying, even though the officials are. I mean, even during this interview, I've gave so many examples of them lying, you know. And if they're saying I'm lying, prove it. They've not managed to prove that I'm lying. That, you know, like they've never arrested me. Arrest me if I'm lying, you know. Now, say for example, Smiley, if I accused you of rape, yeah, it's clearly never happened, I'd get arrested for making a false allegations. But I'm not accusing you. I'm accusing police officers, not one, but a couple, you know. Why have I never been arrested? You know, and it's never going to happen. I'm never going to get arrested for this, you know, because they know they can't, because they know as well as I do that it happened. But yeah. Right, that's head off, sorry. He wants to have a drink and he just sneaks into the kitchen to pour himself a drink because he's been in the bloody bedroom. I'm so sorry.
Poor bugger.
Me on. I don't know where Sharon's gone. Where's she gone?
I think she just went out to sort the dogs out.
Okay. Well, I'll drop her a message. I'm gonna clock off, but thank you so much for having me. And I'll keep you updated regularly on group chat with any progress I make.
Yep. And it'd be interesting to see these other videos and to see like page 2 of the arrest of the
Yeah, well, I'll send you the detention log, the first page, so you can see the time, and then I can send you like the first page of like the MITI, the medical record, and you'll just see like there's multiple arrival times. They've just made it up as they've gone along, you know. And none of it tallies up. Despite what excuse they use, none of it tallies up. But obviously the IOPC are whitewashing it and there's nothing I can do about it. But yeah, if you want to see the further footage before the media piece comes out, just FaceTime me sometime and I'll play it. But text me if you folks. I've got to make sure I've got the USB to show you. What have you done?
No, what have you done?
These dogs, they start fighting, right? Doris gets hold of Poppy. Poppy's squealing, so I'm trying to get up. Doris is clamped onto her. So when I go to free her, she bites me. And she did me the other day as well. I'm only just recovering from other day. Knuckle. Honestly.
Why do your dogs look different? I'm sure your dogs were massive when I saw them. Are they different dogs?
No, that little one, she was a rescue. My other dog died last year. The one that you met. And her and Poppy fight, but she gets out of it. She doesn't get injured because she's got so much thick skin, but I have to, while I'm unclamping her jaw, she's biting me. So I've now got another injured finger and it's pouring with blood, but just got...
You know what?
I'm trying to get into plasters. Honestly, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of my fingers getting chewed off.
Well, do you know what? This one's a rescue, and do you know what? She's so well behaved. She doesn't bite or she's not yappy or anything.
Doris.
She's been sat next to me. Have you even heard her? Like nothing.
No.
Aren't you?
You just bite me, don't you, you little bitch?
But anyway,
she's biting you, you're biting me. I'm trying to help you, cow.
Right, I'm gonna have to love Allevius because he's been stuck in the bedroom whilst I've been here, and he's just
I'm gonna have to clean my finger up.
So I love you and leave you, but thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah, you take it easy.
It's been good. Been good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you for all the chat as well for being so good. Nobody's been on the phone.
Only a couple of people I had to get. Only a couple of people I had to get rid of.
Yeah, well, that's not bad going though, is it? Really, with
no, not for one of my streams. I normally get loads in there going mad.
What have I had anybody be nasty? Because I have not been looking. Cause it's hard to look.
No.
Okay.
Just stupid, really. I think I haven't seen
Well, I'm
anything.
sure you told me about that. That one of the people that didn't believe me, or she's making it up and blah blah. I'm sure you told me about him before. Apparently, he's always.
It's the same people, Zayna. It's the same people. Don't worry about it. They'll jump on and do a kangaroo court on somebody without any evidence, but they'll somebody with evidence. Oh no, that won't be true. Do you know what I mean? It's crackers. That's how people operate on here sometimes.
But you know what's kind of, yeah, I mean, like I said, time will tell if I'm lying, you know. But anyway, love you and leave you. Have a good weekend, everyone.
You take care. I'll be in touch.
Bye.
Right, I'm gonna head off as well.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Smiler, for that.
No, thank you.
I know she likes to get it out there, but I'll tell you what.
Yeah, she's a star, isn't she?
She's a warrior, honestly.
Yeah.
She's not letting the fuckers get the better of her. But yeah, I think she's doing it the right way, though, to be honest, because the system's so corrupt, and you know, somebody's going to have to take responsibility for it somewhere down the line if she keeps at them, aren't they? So.
Well, it's like she said, every time she puts a little bit out, she gets a little bit back, you know, and they have to give her stuff because she's putting it out there, and they're panicking.
Yeah.
You know, and they're trying to cover their asses. And they know that she's a warrior, and that she's just gonna keep pushing it and get it out there and get to the bottom of it and get to the truth.
Yeah.
And she,
but, you know,
she's
to give her a platform, there's some that wouldn't. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. She's owed. You know, she's owed that. You know, they've stolen her life.
Yeah. Oh, they've made a warrior out of it, which we need. So we can look at it both ways, can't we?
Yeah.
We need people like that to stand up for rights. And for the people that can't.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But
I'm going to go lick my wounds, literally.
Right,
it's throbbing. It's really throbbing. If I turn it that way, it's dripping as well. So,
all right, go and sort yourself out.
Thanks, Smiley.
I'll say goodbye to everybody else.
Bye.
Yeah. Yeah, it has been a good one, hasn't it, Michael? It's been a bit of an eye-opener. All right. Good night, Andy. Must be you. You're the only one they've drawn blood from. Right, people. I'm going to wrap this up now. 4.5 hours. And I'll catch you all later. I'm going to keep you posted. Take it easy.